Okay, we're
What's
live
up?
on
We're live. We're
time.
live. Yeah, we were just chatting, me and Hank. He's trying to get out of the panelverse, he says, and get more into Voxelverse,
Voxeltron. No, it's not into
Voxeltron
game.
verse. Yeah,
No,
the
not going
niche.
to Voxeltron versus it doesn't even exist. It's like three people
Yet,
each.
but you're gonna create it. You're gonna be king of the Voxeltron universe.
No, they already has a king.
Oh, so it does exist.
Well, kind of. It's just
All right.
it's not even on YouTube. It's in fact it's smaller than Pico 8.
Well, you'll depose the king, I guess. Hey,
No, no,
thank you.
that's not how I do things. I mean,
Give me a hug.
I on my side I name the show after you. I don't depose the king. I corrupt him.
Ah,
That's what I do.
all right. So yeah. You tell us what the narrative is, Hank. I like that.
Yeah. I guess we should get this
Yeah,
presentation.
what do you have here? You prepared 16 slides. You
Yep.
took half the day to do it. I'm looking forward to what you got here.
Maybe 2 hours tops.
All right, 2 hours tops.
So is this Ontology and Personality by Hanko Flamo? That you can call me. So go to the next slide. Why is it ontology? It is simply the study of science. No,
Mm-hmm.
existence. Study of existence. Why ontology? Why do we want ontology? So it helps us prevent scams.
How? How does
So
ontology prevent scams?
so so it gives you the forethought into thinking, well, they can get money if I send them money, but if they already have the money, why do they need the money? So why
It,
why do I need to send
peace.
some yeah, so why do I need to send some guy in India $500 to get $500,000 if they already have $500,000? They could just take the money. They could take some money out and just send me the money. Well, with ontology, no, they don't have the money in the
Is
first
ontology a
place.
scam?
As ontology scam, no, it prevents scams because it makes you think harder about who has what.
Okay.
Yeah, it makes you think who has what. Why do they need that?
All right, we'll have to discuss this a little bit. I don't quite get how it prevents scams, but we'll figure it out.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, it makes it pretty much ontology. You know what the objects are in play, then it's easier to see what the hell do you need with that object. They should have it already.
Hey,
So,
welcome.
so it helps you win debates because
And so like, does that mean you can't win a debate if you don't know ontology?
it's easier to win a debate if we do know ontology.
All right.
So
So
yeah,
so would that not be kind of a scam aspect to ontology?
um, no,
Okay. All right. If you say no, then no.
yeah. So pretty much with these internet debates, like in Monday debate or Raging Tomato or the Crucible or the Machine Lies, a lot of the debates go by and they're talking past each other the whole time because they
Right.
didn't even define what define their words. They didn't define definitions. They're not telling a narrative that makes sense. So
Right. They don't have enough shared cognitive representation, so they're talking about a completely different thing.
yeah. So
Yeah.
if you use ontology to at least present what you mean, if you lead with it, then it's gonna be easier for the audience to disagree with you.
Right. Okay. Helps you tell stories. Okay. I don't know how to tell stories, narratives. So it helps you tell narratives. I think narratives are lies. So
Yes,
ontology is a lie?
but the stuff the narrative's about are factual. You see and touch those.
Okay. All right. So to help explain to me how creating narratives isn't a scam, because to me that's a scam. That's a way to scam people even.
It is a way to scam people potentially, but if you can follow the story, you're not gonna fall for the scam because you
Okay.
see.
Well, if you recognize it as a story.
Well, it depends what they run. If it's just a story about like Harry Potter, then it's really not that big of a deal. But if it's trying to make you pay $50,000 a year for um to avoid McDonald's, even though you're going to management or something for the degree, you're probably gonna waste the money and go to McDonald's.
So okay, so would this aspect of ontology be a little scammy then, if it helps you tell stories?
Yes.
Okay, so ontology is a scam.
No, that's just a
No.
little
Okay.
scammy.
All right. Okay, helps you program. How does ontology help you program? This should be interesting.
Oh, so programming is simply allocating memory on a machine. But the thing is, you have to pretend the memory is is something else, or it's just gonna be a meaningless freaking string of instructions.
You know
So
what else
you need a story to lie to the computer, to teach the computer to lie to you with, so you don't scare yourself with the
okay.
bits.
All right.
So, for
What
example,
what I'm
let's look at
processing here about these 4 questions is they're all I mean these 4 what's it called? Uses, they're all externalizations. They're
yep,
all they're all things that you can use ontology for. And
yep,
so what we generally see in typology is someone who's locking on to like the purpose of things, how you can use things. That is generally people who are blasters, which means the NTJs or the STJs, NFJs, all of those types are looking to put things into practice.
yes, and I use blast as a
Right.
curse word now too. So
As a curse word, right?
yeah,
So
it's that's neat.
so like I don't know if Machine Lies is still watching, but he's not a blaster. He's not someone who's trying to connect purpose to everything he does. He's interested in the thing because of it, like just to internalize it, right? He's not always trying. And so his cognition is a bit different from yours, where you're like, okay, we got to put this into practice. This is your second slide. Like you have this in mind going into anthology. Does it have a
Yes,
use? Because if it doesn't have a use, I'm out.
yeah. If it doesn't have a use, let's throw it in the trash.
Right. Okay. Well, there
Okay,
you go. So you've said there's a reason why we should learn ontology. Now let's get into it because it has a use.
okay. So start with some definitions. So the first one's object, that which you can imagine or draw, or that which has shape.
Okay, so this is your definition, right?
Yes.
For object, right?
Hey, Nico.
Oh,
I
you go ahead. Go ahead. You're the host. You're the host. I'm not touching. Do it again. There
You're
you
a
go.
co-host. Is your name? Your name's on the show title.
I'm the co-host. You're the host, Tank.
We're both co-hosts.
All right, we're
Okay.
both co-hosts. All right, let's do it.
Yes.
All right. Then who's the host?
So we're talking about ontology here, Nico.
I don't know what that is. I've heard of it. I've heard of the name.
Well, we haven't
know...
actually got into it yet. We've only really gotten into what the purpose of an ontology is. We haven't gotten into what it is yet.
Or that it
has uses.
Ontology is the study of existence, so we need to
I
just have some terms to know what
right.
we're talking about.
I saw like a little bit of it. Like it prevents scams. I guess it's like very truth oriented.
Yeah.
I guess.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
What's up?
Ontological ontology.
Okay, so object.
What was?
Object, I don't think is only that which you can draw. Like I think you're narrow. It's a little bit too narrow, your definition, and that which has shape.
I'm making this narrow on purpose because I can distinguish from a few things related to it.
Okay. No, because I think like object can be like nouns as well. I think you can have imaginary objects. You can have like peace as an object.
Yeah, it's imagining objects is pretty much synonyms. So
right.
Imagine a thought. So
or like a relationship. A relationship is an object.
Yes.
It's not something you could physically point to or draw, but it is an object. A relationship.
You could draw as a line. You could draw as a line. So
sure. Okay. All right. Okay.
So look, you're connected to Nico right there with a line there. So
right.
There you go.
Nico, we have a relationship.
Oh.
There you go. It's a villain. It's a rivalry hatred relationship, but that's our relationship. We are arch enemies. Yes, we're arch enemies.
Okay.
Right, but we still have a relationship.
Does it have to do with like being an NTP?
Yes.
Sure. Yes. Why not?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure. It also has to do with the fact that Dave's gone, so I have to find someone else.
Oh. I haven't like Dave's very enigmatic like that. He'll show up, want to chit chat for a little, and then like disappear for like a week or more at a time.
Yeah, that's IP. That's no worries. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It's nothing personal.
I figured because like I do something similar but to not that degree.
Yeah.
Like, actually, no, I do that. Shit.
Okay, we will process you a little bit later, Nico. Let's do the next slide.
No, we can process them now.
Okay, let's process
Sorry,
them now.
I was just talking out loud. I'm done.
Oh, okay. Because we had build the time, we had to give them like 30 minutes of content, or they're going to ask for their money back.
Right, this is a very sensory proof definition of object. I agree. But yeah, that brings a good point, Luna. So we can talk about object as like the observers. The observers are objects. They're detecting objects. They're identifying objects.
He understands panel dynamics.
Yeah, I only been on
We
panel
should.
for 2
That should be
years.
your next presentation. Should be panel dynamics if you understand it so well, Hank.
Sure, we'll get it done on April
All right,
Fool's
nice.
Day or whatever.
Okay.
Hopefully it's April Fool's Day. That'd be great.
Sweet. We'll do it on April Fool's Day. Panel dynamics.
Yes, it does fall on April Fool's Day.
April Fool's?
Sweet.
It's a
Wait, does
Tuesday.
April Fool's land on a Tuesday?
Yes. I just
All right.
checked the calendar.
that's
April
great.
Fool's
That's
Day is a
incredible.
Tuesday.
That's
Praise
incredible.
God. Praise God.
Who said you're an atheist? Look at this. Look at this devotion and belief.
The Lord is good.
Yeah, Mark Reed says I'm an atheist because he doesn't understand what gods are.
Okay, I see.
Are gods objects?
But yeah, April Fool's Day is on a Tuesday, so praise God.
All right. Okay, so let's do the next slide, Hank.
Yes. Location. The set of distances from one object to all other objects.
Why do we need to define
Wait.
location?
Is it?
Because this makes things a lot less confusing.
Okay.
Is ontology is ontology like the study of comparisons
Pretty close. Study of existence and that
or
involves comparisons.
relations?
Yeah.
Okay. So the study of
Yeah, exactly.
existence.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very very broad. Okay.
Yeah, so the thing is with the nature of being, I didn't define it that way because I didn't want to bother with being. It's just,
Okay.
yeah, so it's too vague.
Yeah. Okay.
Too vague. I didn't want to use it. Yeah, yes, exactly as I said. So the machine lines agrees with me. Anyone have any questions about initiate. Any questions about location?
No, I think location. It's like defining definition, which you didn't do, by the way. I'm a bit disappointed, but yes, no questions. We're good.
All right. Entity, an object that has a location, that which you can see or touch.
Okay.
So you can't touch your relationship to Nico, as far as I could tell.
So no, I don't. I would say you're talking about like an embodiment then.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Fine. I actually have an embodiment defined later.
Oh, you have embodiment defined? Okay.
I think I do. And this I referenced it. Or used it.
Well, because like a table is abstract. You can't see or touch a table, but the table is an embodiment of a table.
Yeah, I actually have embodied use in my definition of context on slide 9. I probably should not be.
I was a bit selfish when I moved the day because Thursday is the day I get to the army and it's the day I get back from the army. So it's like very stressful to get to the podcast when I've just moved, so it makes it easier.
Yeah, and this is my Friday, so it actually makes it easier for me too.
And actually, the real reason is so that Hank could have an April 1st podcast. It was all part of God's plan.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's time for you to believe, atheists.
Time and space are similar to location and object. They're fundamental principles used to define other things.
Yes, he's right.
But I would say time and space are in and of themselves conceptual objects.
No.
Yes.
Oh yeah, let's move on to the next definition if no one else has any questions.
No. Yes. Moving on. I like it's funny whenever disagreements are just left as stubs.
Yep, that's how we do it in the development world. We leave it in stubs or it's a flame war. There's no in between.
It's fine. Everyone knows Hank's position. Everyone knows my position. We're good. I'm good with that. Let's leave it like that.
Wait a second. Will that a flame war be in your panel dynamics video?
Yes.
What am I rejecting? A priori categories. What does that mean?
For nothing categories.
The empty set, I guess.
Yeah.
Would be one.
Yeah.
What am I rejecting?
Empty set, pretty much.
The Palestinians.
That's fine because I'm a Zionist.
No, I don't think so. I don't think I reject those.
Yes, so Zephyr says a priori is nothing, which I actually do have defined. A priori is not nothing. Let me double check for that. She just confused me.
I mean, I guess you could make an argument for time being a measurement, but it's a
priori means from the earlier.
You're not actually measuring time. You're measuring change, right? You can't measure time. You can only measure change.
Correct.
And you're measuring entropy alongside that.
Right. So I would say you can't say time is a measurement, but you can measure time through measuring change.
Yeah.
Rate of change.
Yeah. In fact, when we measure time, we're measuring distance. Usually at light travel.
That's why derivatives are. That's why derivatives are.
Right. Distance is also a change. It's a change in location.
Yeah. We don't actually measure time. We only measure distance. And we infer time from the distance measurement.
Because you can get what do you call them? Atomic clocks, where you're measuring the rate at which photons are coming out of.
The distance that photons travel.
No, not the distance. The rate at which it's producing the photons. So it's not. It doesn't. We don't care about the distance. We care about the rate.
Yeah,
it's radioactive decay of cesium-137.
Yeah.
And with that radioactive decay, it's measuring the repeated frequency.
Right. So you're measuring change. You're measuring the rate. Like there's a rate of change, and based on that change, we can get time.
Yes.
So
Nico, and what is frequency?
Distance is a form of change.
Yeah, and that's Nico. And what is frequency? Go ahead. Tell us what frequency means.
It's a set of repetitions.
It's a change in time. Yeah. Change in space time. Change in
It's
a rate. Yeah. It's an oscillation in some kind of medium. So it's a change. It's a frequency. Abstract entity, an entity with more than one location.
Yeah.
What? So okay, let's talk about peace. Does peace have more than one location?
So
it's an abstract entity.
You
could say it's located in my brain. It's located in my brain, but I mean, like that table can be located in everyone's brain. So it's located in many places.
Yeah, there you go. There's an abstract entity. And then there's a peace sign.
It's more than locations. It would have more. It would have. I believe an abstract entity would have more than one. What was the?
I would say it just wouldn't be restricted by location. I would say it wouldn't be. It could be abstracted from location. It could be abstracted from time.
Yeah,
that's what abstraction is.
It could be abstracted from reality.
Right.
Yeah. So that's what said more than one location. So peace sign. There's more than one peace sign, so it's an abstract entity.
Or it can be abstracted from reality or other measurements of reality, I believe.
Well, you could say identity is abstracted from reality. I mean, some people identify as cats, so it's abstracted from reality. Why not?
Well, cats in general is a good one because it's more than one cat.
Binyamin,
the cat has more than one location.
Binyamin, how would you like to identify as a narwhal?
As a narwhal?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm good. I'm good. I get your point. It's tempting, but I'm okay. I'm okay with being human, I think.
Oh, you think? Oh, okay.
But they get a beautiful horn.
They do have a beautiful horn. Can you say that you have a beautiful horn then?
Narwhals do? Yeah, I guess.
Would you like
I would not say that about my own horn. I'm sorry. I'll let other people talk about my horn. Thank you very much. I'm not that haughty.
Venus says she
Look,
identifies
I'm sure
as
your horn is
cat.
at least respectable.
All right, okay, let's go on. Let's go on. Abstract entity. I would like to change your definition, but let's go with more than one location.
What do you want the definition to be?
That's a good question. I like that question. How would you describe an abstract entity, Nico?
An abstract entity. Well, I believe one abstract energy. Nice.
Energy,
I know there
that's a
are
good
three.
One. I like that.
You know what?
Though.
Yeah, sure. Energy. Energy doesn't actually exist.
No.
But
Well, I would start with a cognitive representation because what we're talking about here is a cognitive representation.
So yeah, okay. So yeah, cognitive representation, which could be energy. I'd say measurements in themselves could be abstract. It is something that can be applied to many things in reality. It's a representation of connections, or you could say like a set.
It's an inclusive representation. It includes more than one thing. How's that?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. Yes. Yeah. AKA like a category or funny enough, an archetype.
Yep.
It is also an inclusive representation.
That's right. Yep. You're using the word right now. I support you.
I was using it. Okay.
So Zephyr says a egregore.
I told you got to replace Dave, buddy.
Entity, and I'm saying she's correct. It would be an abstract entity.
All right.
Oh, is this what you do to? This is what you do to Dave. Shit.
That's right.
Oh boy.
And the chat's eating this up.
Well, Venus is.
Venus and Zephyr and the Machine Lies.
She or he might just be being supportive. We might really just be really boring.
Bull crap.
All right. Okay. I agree. It's your narrative. Okay. Next.
Time to have more than one location.
What?
No.
No.
You mean no?
So okay. No. So okay. You can say that time is another axis. So you have 3D space, right?
Yeah.
All dimensional space. But these two things, are different entities at different locations. But I would not say that they're a different time. They're existing together at the same time, at time t. But they have different. But what do you might call it? They have different positions. So no.
See, so Annie says we're boring, but she supports us. Thank you, Annie. I appreciate your honesty.
God, it reminds me of Destiny. Like anytime I'd start talking about this, she'd just be like, "I'm so bored. Let's move on."
No, I'm interested. So I would say time is a representation of change.
Yeah.
So how do you know?
You could also say a representation of entropy as well.
So how do you know something changed?
Sure.
How do I know if something has changed? Well,
the fact that something changes means that anything changes means there's time. You can measure change everywhere. That's what you're measuring is change.
Yeah. Well, how do you get? The question is, he did posit like a good question of like how do you measure change? And yes, that is true. One change that you can measure is the change in location or the change in position.
Loving the racism here, buddy.
Bruh. That applies to my one context. So like the one context that I have.
Yeah. I know.
Otherwise,
I got
no. Otherwise, I don't think you could make that generalization.
So Luna says, but there could be no change and still be time.
No, that's
No.
what breaks down at that black hole. That's what breaks down at high levels of gravity or at high speeds. There's no change, so there's no
Exactly.
time. Yeah.
Correct. But yeah, how do you know there's a change over time except stuff changed place?
That's right. The only reason we know that they stopped in time is because we're changing and they're not.
Exactly. Oh, who's that?
We got Looney Tunes back.
Whoops,
What's your
sorry.
favorite Looney Tune?
Hello.
What up? What up?
What is the
All
ontology?
right,
of
no
Looney Tunes,
swearing.
Brandon?
No swearing. We got Looney Tunes here.
Yes. And there's a restream button.
There you go.
Is blast a swear word yet? Probably
No,
not.
it's not. It's not. You can still use blast.
Okay, cool. So
And what's on the screen?
it's a PDF
Presentation.
file.
Yeah. Okay, so I would say time is a representation of change. It's a conceptual representation of change.
Yes, and we can see it because things are in more than one place.
It says time to have more than one location.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm disagreeing with it.
All right. Anyone else have any questions?
And I met these two people before.
Yes, you met them both before.
I rarely go.
I don't know if you've met Nico. Nico, what's your favorite Looney Tune? 1 second. Okay, we can't hear you anyways. All right. Next, Hank. Let's do it.
So context. The set of objects being invoked or embodied by an object.
So you have the word embodied here.
But I didn't define it explicitly.
So, all right, let's identify a few different ways to make context. So a narrative, it provides context to what the events in the narrative, right?
Yep, the events in the narrative, the objects in the narrative.
So I wouldn't say that a narrative is an embodiment.
But the context is embodiment still.
Yeah.
Because all the stuff's gathered within the other thing.
Luna, these are great questions. We can diving into the nature of time. It's an interesting one.
Okay, I'm back. I've returned.
Excellent. Let's move you up.
Yo, what's going on?
Oh.
Like keep you next to your friend.
No, we're enemies. We must be opposite.
Your enemy then, whatever.
All right.
It said the
So
set of objects being involved or embodied by an object.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think this is right either. I'm sorry, Hank. I
Let's do it.
love the fact that you're presenting this and giving us ideas and things to talk about. And I think it's good it's a good starting point what you're writing.
Yep. I think it's a good starting point.
So
Who thinks it's a bad starting point?
well, okay, so context,
Brandon?
I would say our context is abstract, first of all.
Yes, Hank.
Do you think it's a good starting point or a bad starting point?
Bats. It said the set of objects being involved or embodied by an object.
So context, I would say, is not embodied. Context is abstract. It's the opposite of embodied.
So here's the thing: it's abstract, but it actually has to. It could be more than one place. Okay, so I already define abstract as an object that's more than one place. So you could say it's abstract in one context, and embodies from another context. And we
Well,
get
yeah, context.
self-referential territory.
Context
Oh,
is like
sorry.
how to interpret things.
My internet is the
Context
worst.
is like an interpretation.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
It's yes, we can hear you. Context
Because-
is like because it's an interpretation. Pretty
Yeah,
much
because
it's
if
putting
you
it's
get the
putting it-
context wrong, if you get the context wrong, you interpret it differently.
Yeah, but it's like what you do before the interpretation. You say, here, these are the objects I'm going to use in this for this process.
Okay, so what is the context between these two objects right here?
That's a
What is-
nonsensical
what is-
sentence. That's
No,
a
that's
nonsensical
a-
question.
no,
What
I
is
like
a
it.
context that you can derive from these two objects here.
Yeah, they're in your camera view, so we can see them
That's
both
one.
from your camera.
Yes, that's one context that you can derive. The context that I was thinking of is that I'm holding both objects,
Yes.
meaning that these objects are now related.
Yeah,
also
yeah.
These are
hold
now a lead.
objects.
Exactly.
So that's one thing. You can derive connections between.
So okay, but you're following his definition here. I'm trying to break his definition.
okay.
You're-
And you can't.
you are
It's
the-
too strong. You're trapped in it.
What is need? What
You are the object. So you had two objects. So that's the set of objects, and you are the one invoking them. So you're
Yeah.
following this definition. You are invoking both of these objects.
Yeah,
I
you
would
trapped
say-
my definition.
Yeah. Don't support Hank's definition because we want to break it. That's how you falsify things. He's making an assertion, right? And so we have to try to falsify his assertion in order to see if his assertion is correct.
Okay. Being invoked or embodied by an object. Well,
You sound like a pretty decent
So
user.
my claim is that context isn't an embodiment. Context is an abstraction.
But Nico just demonstrated context was an embodiment.
I did demonstrate. I
think-
demonstrate that.
Yeah.
I think
So your empiricism betrays you, Benjamin.
Well, no. What I did was
he was
I
abstracting.
I
He was abstracting the embodiment.
If it's not abstract, it was concrete, we could
No.
see it.
Go ahead.
No,
Nico.
but I was abstracting the connection between those objects.
Yeah.
Both
This
of these
falls from both
Right,
are in my camera view. These are, these are connections that wouldn't necessarily. So, what? Like another abstraction, or another can make, or another set that both of these objects would be in, is that they're both man-made. That's one other abstraction that you can derive from these.
Yeah.
Right. That's a context. Maybe your mother bought them both for you, or your girlfriend. That's a context, but she's embodying them. So that would mean I would say the context would be this: if we broke your pencil and you would be hurt by that, the context for that pain is the fact that your
Is
mother
that it
bought it
was
for you.
Yes, is that either it was my mother that bought it for me, or that it was my pencil.
Right. And that would be the context for why you're hurt by it.
So would context come from change then? So like a change or an event that happens. Because
Yeah, I would say
think
context makes sense of the
context-
event. It makes sense of the event.
Yeah, because
Yes, and
I
the
do see
event is
the
an
use
object
of-
in this
I
context.
do see the use.
It's also a lens. A context is also a lens by
utilize
which to look at
for-
something.
Yeah, and typically it is to look at it to look at events. That's how I typically see it being used.
Right. So it's a lens. I would say a context is a lens by which to view something.
There's McSmith, one of my the student to be never
Sure.
mixed
What is the
in.
context?
one of my BFFs now.
What is the context behind this object?
You
Fine.
got kicked out of school, so you got some booze to be depressed and drink.
Plan on doing a 24-hour stream with him this
Whoa,
week.
190 proof.
Is that the right context?
That's a good context, but no, that is not the context.
Okay. So what is so the context isn't that you got kicked out of school and I can't rub it into your face? Damn.
Well, no, that's a context, but it's not
All
the
right.
context that I'm referring to by holding this
Okay.
bottle.
Okay.
You could derive. I got kicked out of school, so now I have the free time to exist on this stream.
Okay.
Sure,
All right. That's good. Okay.
but
And there's McSmith, one of my new BFFs. He wants to do a 24-hour stream with me every day.
That's too much.
He's gonna pick my plays at night.
Well, nothing you could do then. Good luck.
He needs an
Yeah.
email before. If it gets an email, I would have been live all month long. I would have been live for the rest of the week.
I mean, can't you just say no if you don't want to do
No,
it?
no. You can't say no. Go do it.
If he said no, the old mix will return. Telling
You'll
everyone to
lose
be
friends.
terminated.
You lose friends. You need to say yes so you can keep a friend.
Hold it.
If it said no-
He said 24/6.
I
He wants a
felt
day
that.
off. How dare he? 24/6. He sounds like a freaking quitter.
I'm 24/6. You got to have a Shabbos.
You know, that's
Day
a
of
good
rest.
point. That's
Yeah.
a good
I'm
point.
24/7
The
on
Bible does say you have
Discord.
to have a Shabbos, so
Yeah.
so that's fine. We'll let that slide.
Is that similar to Sabbath or Sunday?
Yeah.
It's the
Yeah,
same thing.
Shabbos. That is
It's how you pronounce it correctly.
okay. So like if you're in resting, if you're in the day of rest, would you be
You got a
shabbing?
dog barking. I think the dog wants to be on stream.
Okay. So
Right.
Ben, if you're in the day of rest and you're resting, would you be shabbing? Would you be a shabber?
You could say that.
Shabbos?
I've never heard anyone say that before, but you could. Why not?
sorry, I can't go to work today. Right now, I'm shabbing.
You could say I'm keeping Shabbat or I'm observing Shabbat. Yeah. Or it's Shabbos.
Okay.
Can't go to work.
I'm observing Shabbat.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There you go.
Okay. I'm
All right.
trying to
So
distill it down
did
to-
we get our
down
definition
to
fixed on
word.
context?
No, we're good enough.
It's a lens by which to cognitively connect to objects.
And the lens is the kind of object I win.
Or a lens slash
A lens is an
rectangle.
abstracted object. It's an abstract idea that mirrors an actual physical lens, because a physical lens
Yeah.
changes what you look at, and so context also changes what you look at.
I gotta cover my definition.
No, don't
You guys
use
said
don't
set of
use
objects.
lens. I
What?
wouldn't use lens
got-
in this term because it can be misinterpreted.
Okay.
So,
You overcomplicate by adding another sentence of lens doesn't mean actual lens, but it's akin to a lens.
Well, obviously, it doesn't mean actual lens. If we have someone who's not
but you're
2ST on the stream, Hank's just
but
way
you're-
2ST.
but you're adding that to the definition, and what I'm saying is that you could probably make it shorter by removing the word lens.
Perspective. Okay. Context is a perspective.
I would say
And it looks like the 24/7,
perspective.
24-hour stream could happen. He's gonna be the key holder to my channel.
okay.
which one?
Um,
Which channel? The big one or the small one?
My
So-
channel.
You had two channels.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about Brandon's channel for a little bit and get the air cleared. All right, Brandon, what's your channel? Do your spiel and then we can move on.
Yeah, my sub counts. I did reach 4,100 couple days ago. I did reach 4,000 about 2 weeks ago. And
Nice.
Mixed Bivs is back in the LTG again. Mixed Bivs is back in the LTG. That's all your mom stops us, I guess. Other than that, the stream will last most of the week. He wants to do a stream that will last all day, all night. He's going to take my place at night. I get like over 300 subs from him.
Sweet,
If it said no, the old mix will return. Tell my mom to take off all my clothes again.
yeah, but you're PG stream. You can't do that.
I'm
on stream.
G.
You're G, exactly. You're G. You can't do that on stream.
We can though.
Until the old mix. If I
Right.
said no to him, the old mix will probably return. Cause my mom doesn't want my mom to get naked again.
Yeah, I know. Don't get naked when people tell you to, unless you want to. I think that's a pretty
So
good
what, is
rule.
he like
Yes.
he, like,
Check the
blackmailing you?
context.
Yeah, I did. He was blocked for about. I used to go to 13 Above channel all the time, but every time I try to speak, he tells me to hold on and mutes me.
Hmm.
So I don't
Sorry.
want to go to it anymore.
Sounds like an abusive relationship. Get out of it.
You can't. Yeah,
Yeah,
you gotta
quit
get out of
that.
that. You can't really
So
practice speaking by just being shut up all the time.
I did read Bible there all the time. They let me read by chapter.
Well, reading isn't. You read it out loud.
Universe, a set of objects that have physical presence with each other.
Okay.
I would say the universe is the maximal set of interactions. So whatever interacts with reality is part of the universe. Whatever doesn't interact with reality is not part of the universe.
I agree with you, but I have another definition for slippery things to catch the rest.
Or interaction or exchanges information. That's what I mean by interaction.
Yes, I
Interaction is
agree with
information
that,
exchange.
I agree with that, but there's some stuff that slips out, and I want to catch that for the next definition.
All right.
A set of
Multiverse.
Oh,
Well, so I would say multiverse. Multiverse is the same thing as a universe, just many universes, but we have no information exchange with them, so they're not part of this universe.
But if we did know about
okay?
as a
So
universe,
what do you mean by conditionally?
I don't even know why you're including multiverse. Why do we need to even talk about a multiverse?
We really don't.
So here's the thing: if I want to use this on something like comic books, I had to keep track of
Multiverse. I got over like 300 subs from McSmith.
Okay.
Yes. So if I want to keep track
Nice.
of DC and Marvel, I need this definition to make it work properly.
Okay, but so what you're doing though is talking about a universe in a different way. Then you're containing universes, which is not what the universe is. You're containing universe in your representations. So a universe is not what you're containing. A universe is what contains you.
Yeah, so you could say multiverse, a set of multiple universes.
No, he's talking about it. Multiverse is a representation of a universe. It's different representations of universes. Because he's doing a cognitive multiverse, not an actual multiverse. And because he's changing the definition of universes. So universe is a representation of a separate representation, a self-inclusive representation or something like that.
Well, here's the thing: the way I define universe, I could say that your PC
What's
is
up, Chris?
a universe,
Hey, Chris.
and I could say the network the PC
Hey, what's up?
next to is a multiverse.
What are you nerdy people doing?
It's philosophy.
We're defining terms.
Who just showed up on the panel
Oh, okay.
anyway?
What's that?
Who just showed up on the panel?
Christopher, yeah.
Did I met him before?
I don't
Yes.
think so. What's
No.
your favorite Looney Tune, Chris?
Looks like Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, Sonic.
Oh, wait. So we're talking specifically Looney Tunes?
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
Yeah,
what-
the sheepdog.
I know that.
What is your
Yeah.
favorite Looney Tune? A tune that is loony.
Yeah, no, it's the sheepdog from the sheepdog and I think it's Wile E. Coyote
Ralph.
episode. Yeah.
Nice.
Wow. Yes.
I have
He's a
one. It
cat.
has like 60,000 viewers right now.
Nice.
What has 50,000 views?
50,000 viewers.
That 1962 Ralph Wolf and Sam Sheepdog cartoon.
Oh, okay. Anyway, I'm gonna be on for long, but I haven't been listening. What have you guys been talking about?
We're
Ontology.
defining terms. We're being nerdy. We're doing ontology. How have you been though? It's been a while. Good to hear from you again.
Yeah. I just been busy. I don't know if
Yeah.
I might not be on a whole lot for the next, I don't know, foreseeable future, but hopefully I'll be able to come on more frequently.
I need to.
What have you been
I
processing?
also need to hang out and head out in 20 minutes.
Oh,
So
Okay.
Yeah. We may have finished the presentation by then. I'm not quite sure.
sweet.
We're in a presentation.
Yeah. So the
go
first
through
of every
it.
month, Hank is co-hosting. I mean, I'm co-hosting Hank. We'll figure out those details. But
I'm restreaming this.
so because he's doing the co-hosting, he's bringing a presentation. He's taken initiative. So I appreciate that. Hank.
I
Oh,
do
so-
stuff.
Not Blast last.
That's right. That's right.
I'm blast first, baby.
Oh, why don't you go back and show the second slide? Show
Yes, let's do
here.
Big
I want to show the blast here. Yeah, I'm going back. I'll do it. I can do
Okay.
it. I control this stuff. All right. So here, first slide. What is ontology?
Plenty is extensive.
And then here, why? Second slide. Why ontology? He's blasting. What
Prevents
is
scams, wins your debates, helps you tell stories, and helps
Wins
you
debates.
Right. Right. But so you see, this is blasty. It's like, why are we going to consume? Well, there's a reason. We're not just
Yeah.
consuming for no reason. Yeah.
Yep. Yep. You gotta have. It has a way to go with
Right.
Dave and Chan's definition. Yeah,
Right, right.
Has a way.
Okay. All right. Going back to what we were at. Time, context,
You can
universe.
use the jump.
multiverse. Instead of objects that coincidentally have physical presence with each other.
So the way he's defining multiverse is a closed set of representations, or many
Closed
closed set
set
of
of-
representations. Yeah.
Because
He's talking about multiverse in terms of like DC multiverses and Marvel multiverses. So it's like he's got a set of separate representations.
or your computer, because
Right.
your computer by itself, it could be, it defines the universe. It has all
'Cause-
objects
right.
in it. So and it goes into the multiverse and connects to a network.
Because like what a universe actually is any all objects that can exchange information with each other. Anything that can exchange information is a part of the universe. Anything that can't exchange information with something a part of this information exchange network is outside of the universe.
Yeah. So what's
Right.
something like it's outside the universe, then some event happens, then some information gets spills over from one universe to another universe. What would you
Right.
call that?
But here, when
Normally-
he's talking about
normally would
multiverse,
interact-
Danny from my chat says this is a triple X panel.
Why is it get out of here? It's not a triple X panel. If you
He's
want
in
that,
my
go-
chat.
Yeah, if he wants a triple
I
X
mean,
panel,
I
go
mean,
elsewhere.
you might want to stay away from us because we are kind of evil. So
What's
No,
the most evil person on your channel?
the most evil person on my channel.
On Tank's channel.
on Hank's
right
panel?
now, I
The
would
devil?
say it's me, but most people would say it's Officer Snafu Snaps.
Oh.
Why would we do a 2000 officer snaps on here?
He's not here today. He's on vacation.
What would you do with 2000 of them?
Oh, well, dude,
Luna's
that's
the
classified.
most evil person on our channel.
Oh, okay.
Luna's a sweetheart.
What do with 2,000 of them? I'll just keep him backstage.
Keep who backstage?
2,000 Officer Snafu Snaps. I'll just keep them all backstage. Well, I can only put 10 of them on stage.
What have you been processing lately, Christopher?
I'll put 0 on them on.
I don't know. Probably a couple different things. They're not on the top of my head right now, though.
Oh.
Well, I finally finished Jordan Peterson's Maps of Meaning, so that was interesting. And I got to the end, and I was surprised by the fact that he had a letter at the end, and he basically it was a letter that he sent to his dad when he was in the middle of making the book, which was kind of like the project that got him shot up into university and all that. That was his whole thing. So it was like everything that he was researching, and I figured out at the end, shocker, he didn't really know what he was researching, and he didn't really have a conclusion for it, and he was just figuring things out. And he explained, he was like, yes, I don't know how to define what I'm talking about, and it's so big and so complicated. It's just like all of this stuff. Anyway, it was just funny
Not a
to get to the
blaster.
end.
Yeah. Not a
Yeah.
blaster.
Funny.
Yeah.
How long does your lives usually last, Hank?
Say again?
How long does your lives usually last?
Yes, do a study. I'm just going to keep I'm doing the presentation.
Multiverse.
So
Okay, let's go to the next one.
All right.
Dimension.
That one shouldn't be controversial. Dimension.
That is
number of
controversial.
coordinates needed to specify a location on an object.
That is controversial.
I think I literally got that from multiple map world though.
I would say anything that has a binary spectrum is a dimension.
What's the difference between your definition and my definition?
I would get rid of the word object. You don't need an object to be in a dimension.
How do you be in a dimension without an object?
You can have the dimension of pride and humility. That could be a dimension.
But that's also an object.
No, pride and humility are not objects.
They're objects on the emotional spectrum.
Ah, okay. So you're considering them objects. Sure.
So we had the same definition.
So okay, but in this case, do the coordinates specify a location of these objects, or do the objects relate other objects on the spectrum? So if you have humility and pride, and then I go and tell you Kanye West, right? Where is he on this spectrum? You're putting him on this dimension of pride and humility, right?
Yeah, I can map him to pride and humility, or I can map pride and humility to him.
I don't think so. I think the opposite. He is not more fundamental. I don't know how much you believe in Kanye, but I don't think he's more fundamental than pride and humility. I think those are more abstract than Kanye.
Yeah, they're more abstract than Kanye,
right? Because they can apply to more people.
Places in Kanye.
That's right. There you
they
go.
exist more places in Kanye, so they're more abstract.
Although he's trying to compete with that.
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Okay. So I have an interesting. So the last slide was like something about the universe, right? Multiverse. Okay. So I'm looking at the Latin for universe. So where it comes from, according to this website, is the 1580s, and it means like the totality of existing things. So
yep.
Are we getting into a little bit of weird territory here when we say multiverse? Because isn't technically, if the universe is everything, when you get to a multiverse,
exactly.
the universe would contain those things.
So what he was talking about he's saying a universe is a cognitive entity. So he's describing universe as a cognitive entity, and that way you can have multiple universes in a cognitive entity. So you can have many universes in your mind, but what it is just models of reality or something like that.
Yeah,
or of something. Like the DC universe. So like that is something that is right. You have a representation of that universe.
Wait. So Hank is defining multiverse as the structures in our mind containing universes.
Right. That is able to shift and see different universes. It's a cognitive thing.
Wouldn't we just make a different word for that? Like a cognitive multiverse?
Sure.
Well, that's an adjective, though.
What's that?
That's an adjective.
It's differentiating it. It's a different dimension on multiverse. It's differentiating it from a different interpretation of like it's the lens. It's the perspective. What did we call that? The
context.
There you go. So that adjective provides context to how you're defining multiverse.
Yeah. Okay. You guys can keep going now.
But yes, I completely agree with you. Okay, dimension. Science. No.
To explain the presentation?
No.
Thinker go bonk bonk.
This is a very big philosophical question. What is science?
We had to figure that out.
Well, okay.
Probably stop paying out so much money.
Well, and this is the problem. Like, this is the problem we have with religion versus science. As far as I understand, religion was the kind of. I'm saying this in just kind of a large way. I don't want to go into the specifics, but it's like religion was the ought to the is, but religion. Different religions over time seems to change to where they valued the truth, which gave us science. So it's like, where is I going with this? Well, yeah. So, it seems like science is there's also like a problem that we're explaining specifically what is valuable to us. Like we're not explaining things that don't, what am I saying? Like that don't.
Load it up, Benjamin. Okay.
I don't know. I guess like I feel like
I'm back.
Oh, what do we got?
I'm back. And what's that person on the screen? He's probably died. He's probably dead at old age.
Yeah, he is. He's a Nobel Prize winner, physicist. Yeah.
Was I alive when he was? I was alive.
No.
Maybe.
So okay, but this is what I was getting at. So like, if science is to explain, wouldn't there be a particular like embedded part of that of like science is to explain that of which we find valuable to some degree? Isn't that
No.
part of it?
No.
Well, okay, but if you have your attention on something, it at that point it has a certain degree of value because your attention is on it, and then you're trying to explain the thing. Whereas like, that's it's like a mode of action of some kind or something like that. I don't know.
Exactly.
It also-
I don't know, so I don't assume that. Yeah, I can't make that assumption yet. I don't have enough context.
Like what do you mean by so like if you if you're interested in, I guess in this case, if we'll just take birds because that's in my head now. You're going to look at the bird because you have some kind of like unconscious interest in birds, so you look at the bird, which is so there would be like a value orientation at the beginning of it, because there's no other way. You can't do science without having a focus aspect, which focus, as far as I can tell, is derived from some degree of value, isn't it? I mean, I don't know.
So Chad Benjamin says science is a story. Panel Benjamin, do you agree with him?
No, I don't agree. I agree with him, but I don't agree with your summary of him.
Summary of who?
Panel
Benjamin
Benjamin.
Tsadik in the chat.
So
Chat,
Jim,
yeah. I'm the one who wrote that, so I definitely agree with him. I just don't agree with how you interpreted him.
I'm just making sure.
You can see it, Chris?
What am I saying? Am I saying what you wrote, or what?
Yeah, on screen.
Or,
Yeah, basically. He's trying to talk to him about that. I would say that's a more useful definition of science.
Yeah, which is pretty much something I already defined earlier.
to explain the presentation. Well, no, but it doesn't have to explain the presentation. Does it have reliability in there? Because I feel like the reliably predicts results is like, I think that's kind of getting at what I'm talking about. Of there's a value aspect to it. We want it to reliably predict things. Otherwise,
Right.
it doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
That is the value.
Well, I mean, I would say that mythology used to be a science. Personally, I would say it's a bad science. Or like even
It's some type of a progenitor. Yeah.
Or like a flat Earth model is also a science. Or like the Earth-centric model of the universe is also a science, because you could still predict results using those metaphors.
Yes, just
They're
not
just
as
bad.
good.
Right, just not as
worse
good.
at it.
That's right.
So there's science, but it's not as good. It's low quality science.
That's right. And
Shrimp
so
science,
as science
junk
progresses, it predicts reality better. It's a more accurate metaphor or a more accurate mathematical model.
Well,
Is it strictly mathematical though? Do all sciences come back to math?
I said mathematical or metaphorical because sometimes you can get results without doing math with just thought experiments.
Yeah, thought experience, indeed.
Right.
I had to think about that. It may be, but I had to think about that.
Like mythology wasn't mathematical, but it was a metaphorical model.
Yeah, but mythology is a numbers game, so it can be mathematical.
Sure, Hank.
Okay, let's see the next slide. This
Nothing.
Get you.
Yeah, get rid of that guy. He's kind of weird.
Yeah,
object that doesn't exist that you present science on. The background.
Yeah. So if you want to explain how something works, it has to work somewhere. But the thing's not literally not part of what you're pointing out, though.
So all of the leading scientists today would completely disagree with this definition.
Yes,
because they would say their empty space is not nothing.
Yeah, but where is the empty space contained? There you go.
What? Empty space is contained in nothing? No.
Where is it contained then?
It's contained in, I don't know, in the universe?
Wouldn't nothing be the bounds of the bounds of like, it's like going outside of the presuppositions that we have. Like that is the nothing. It's outside the bounds of the model of any kind of semblance of reality we have. That's what nothing is.
Right.
It's like
I would say it's
absence
Yeah,
of-
and that's where
absence of
that's where
information
everything
is nothing.
exists. Everything exists in the nothing. Before we could actually contextualize and actually start talking about things. It has to be somewhere. It's just how
What's up?
wet works.
I would say nothing is the absence of information.
I
There's no
feel like
examples
that's
of nothing. Yeah, there's no examples.
that is the definition of nothing. It's what like it that's part of it is we don't know what it is and there are no examples of it because it is not a thing. It is the absence.
Yeah,
It's like the category that we don't know what it is.
It's like, okay, you have a representation. How do you have a representation of nothing? Well, you can't. You can't have a representation of nothing.
Yes,
nothing is a no representation.
yes,
Nothing is a lack of representation, a lack of
Yes.
information.
Yeah.
and all representations are separate from nothing. It's Hegelian dialectic. So
Right. A
All
representation
representations-
automatically is something.
yes. So pre-representation, you have nothing. But when you make a representation,
Right.
you cut nothing in half and you say this is the thing, this is not the thing.
So cognitively, nothing is the lack of information.
Yeah, and when you like if you were programming, you put information inside the lack of information space you had.
You can't program nothing.
So when you have an empty hard drive,
Nothing
what's
is
on
just
it?
not programming.
When you have if you got a blank hard drive, what's on it?
What's on it? All of the ones and zeros that have no connections or addresses on them.
No. When you have an empty hard drive, what's on the hard drive?
You still have something on the hard drive. You have all of the empty space, and the empty space
you-
is just
You
it's
have
designated as
That's
It's the
you have
it's
nothing
the
on the hard
space.
drive when you have an empty hard
It's the
drive.
space. It's the space that facilitates information. It has
you
the
still
potential
have
to facilitate
something on the
information.
hard drive because the bits are there. You have a 512 gigabyte hard drive, so you still have something on the hard drive. It's just empty, right? It's all zeros. That's still
Yes,
something.
nothing on the hard drive.
No, it's still something. There has to be something there for it to have the potential to be filled.
But in the chat,
So
it's
I
more like impossible. IMO. That
There
thing
is
also that
information
doesn't
there.
exist. Now your
Right.
present science from the background.
There is still information on the hard drive, even though it's empty.
Yeah, that's why I say it's an object still.
No, so it's not nothing.
What? These texts in a orange, purple, pink background with bubbles on it.
All right, 15. Personality trait theory. Okay, measurement of habitual patterns of behavior. This is actually close. Thought and emotion.
It is pretty close indeed.
Who has the objection?
Ms. Person name. How many pages are there anyway?
Oh, one more.
Emotion. I don't know. Emotion. Habitual patterns of emotion. I feel like people just
Habitual
have a
pattern of
consistent
emotion
habitual
indeed.
pattern of emotion.
So instead of measurement, I would say it's not a measurement, it's a categorization.
What's the difference between categorization and measurement?
Categorization wouldn't be more of, what was that word you used? Context.
Well, what if it was on a spectrum? There'd be a measurement still.
Here.
I disagree with that guy.
Hello.
Oh,
Why did Hank write that? I wrote that. What the hell?
I think it comes up random or something.
Oh no, you wrote it and I wrote it. I wrote it, then it went to you for some reason.
Oh, we both wrote it. But
Cool,
it
you
sounds
both
better
are
when you write
credited.
it. It's due to how I connected it to streams.
Okay, so I'm right and you're wrong. I get it. I agree with that.
Okay, that's fine.
What do you think? What do you think, Nico? Is this good enough or would you refine this definition a bit more?
Well, is this like a yes from the last time that I wanted to refine a definition?
I just want to say we give Hank the ability to make a presentation, and his presentation is all definitions. Basically, he's presenting us with a Hank dictionary.
Yep.
It's a dictionary, yeah.
Dictionary, yeah.
So, yeah, it is just it's all definition.
But the definitions serve a purpose because they help you not be scammed.
Yeah, you don't want to
Yeah.
be scammed by the number ones.
If you have
Yes,
the
I
right
think-
definitions, you can't get scammed. That's what Hank is.
I think I'm just trying to make accurate models of reality with my definitions, but
That's right,
I guess
yeah.
that's part of being not scammed. Sure, I guess that falls in.
Well,
Right.
if your model's accurate,
Accurate
then
model of
you
the
won't send
scammer.
money to freaking India or Nigeria because you're not gonna get more money back.
You can have a accurate model. It's just limited.
You
in
don't have
scope.
no money.
So you'd be limited in consciousness.
What's
It
the
would
most
still
people
be
you
an
can have
accurate
on the
model.
community on Hank?
What's up?
What's the most people you can have on here?
10.
When there's a lot of people on panel, it's pretty much impossible for me to say one word.
Well,
Yes.
Well, okay.
here's the thing. Whenever you go to
I had
say
the free because I only allow 6 people.
Well, whenever you go to say something, it's completely unrelated to what the main topic is. You're just like
Isn't that annoying, Nico?
I know, right? I do that too. So,
I'm just joking. Keep
and
going.
so I just want to let you. I just want to let you know that that's kind of what's going on here. You know, every time you talk, we're here talking about the definition of ontology, and then you bring up something about how your friend's trying to like get you to be on a 24/7 stream. It's like we'd love to hear it, you know, but not at the
Maybe not.
at the given moment.
Nico's talking to himself, by the way, just so you know.
Yes, that too.
I like that. I planned for this to last 30 minutes and I deviled the time already, and we still not even on to the last slide. I really like this.
Well, okay, wait, but I still have something that like isn't addressed. Would emotion? Can somebody make an argument for why emotion would be in that definition? Measurement of habitual patterns of behavior, thought, and emotion.
That's why I got rid of it.
Yeah, we can get rid of it.
Oh, you did. Okay. Well, is there?
I guess
Is,
you could have
Well, I think it would be. I think
Right.
ingrained into somebody's personality would be someone's emotion.
you could have You could have
to an
patterns of thought and patterns of emotions. Like you can have reoccurring emotions, like anxiety, for example.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
I'll think about that
I
more.
want the
We can keep
emotion-
going.
I want the pen emotion because I got this one from Wikipedia. Okay. Last slide.
right, last
Personality
slide.
type.
Here's a surprise. Oh, type.
A context that objects embody based on habitual patterns of behavior, thought, and emotion.
No, I would just say it's the imbalance. That's a type.
The imbalance.
Can I
what?
give this a personality type?
Yes, of course.
But would the
Wait,
would the
doesn't it?
personality be would its
Yeah, 'cause it's
personality
It's probably on
Every-
personality database already. Let's look it up.
Oh
So
my
I'm
God,
doing this based
not
off of,
that
off of Jung. This is Jung's definition. Jung's definition of a personality type. You only become a type when you have an imbalance.
Okay, so if you're normal, you don't have any type, right?
No, if you're normal, you have a type because normal people are imbalanced.
So,
everybody is everybody
who's balanced? If it's an imbalance,
everybody
who's
was
balanced?
perfectly balanced.
Nobody's perfectly balanced. Yeah, a Buddhist type character, a Messiah type character, like the
No,
Uber.
not even
So this is why I had to reject this
because
definition.
here's the thing,
Balance
they're also
implies
in-
an imbalance implies that there is a possible balance. But if he doesn't say what the balance is, then his definition doesn't make any sense.
Well, the only
Yeah.
reason you have habitual patterns of behavior, thought, and emotion is because you have an imbalance, right? The only reason there's light or any activation in any spectrum is because there's imbalance, and the imbalance propagates itself. If there was no imbalance, there wouldn't be reality or existence.
So
Yeah,
so when you say there's a balance, you say there's nothing.
Pretty much.
It's a non-homogeneous. It's like non-homogeneous behavior.
Okay, so Young agrees with me. That's hilarious.
Right. And so like the way you achieve balance is not through is through like external relation of things. So you have to spend as much time in one pattern as another pattern, not to cancel them out, but to cancel out their negative effects.
In which it would take an infinite amount of time to be perfectly balanced.
Right. But
Which,
perfectly
funny enough,
balanced
that goes
just
back
means
to
you're producing your imbalances in a optimal way, I would say. Like there's no actual balance that you can find. Otherwise you would be nothing.
It's a good thing we define nothing.
Okay, so what is the basis of saying like what is balanced? Is like what's the value at the bottom of that to say a balanced person versus not?
A balanced person wouldn't have a type. They wouldn't, and so type for Young is individuation. So you individuate
Okay.
yourself by finding your imbalance and identifying with your imbalance.
So
and demonizing your other the part of your imbalance that
okay,
you're not. Yeah.
So then at the bottom of that then would
There's no
be
type.
would
Context
be
that objects embody based on a habitual patterns of behavior, thought, and emotion.
yes, that is the definition. So then you would be aiming at that, like the hero archetype at the bottom would be the balance. Is that what like the because I think the individuation would be like the hero archetype. I think
the hero
probably Young.
the hero archetype is not balance. It's the discovery of the imbalance and integrating the imbalance. Like that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay, then if somebody was in like a pure state of balance at beginning, then like I think the only thing I could compare that to would be like there's some people would agree or disagree. I'm not saying this is like I'm not. There's a lot about like Genesis 1, but like we could there's the idea of like God was so balanced there was an absence, therefore humans were made to have an imbalance. So like there's some ideas. I think even Young talked about this in parts of like Job and such an Ion, but like there's things were in such a perfect like unity and form, then people were created to create a disbalance so consciousness could see itself, so to speak. There's like that kind of idea. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that type of idea.
Yeah.
I'm probably butchering it.
I would say Republicans and Democrats are a personality type.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So like how they would find balance is difficult because both sides are needed, right?
Yeah. So then basically what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to get at the idea of like if there is balance, then is there like absence of consciousness or something, or is there an absence of what is why is balance like an ideal, or how are these values getting figured? I guess I don't know.
So I think when we talk about balance in like the type community, we're talking about a like a balance of outcomes, a balance of like a compensation for our imbalance is the balance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I'm saying like why. I guess I'm trying to get at why. Maybe you don't know. So I'm just curious.
At why? Because imbalance creates voids. Like if we had only Democrats or only Republicans, that would create a void in the other side. So like tsunamis, tidal waves, they build up because of imbalances. So balances mitigate those tsunamis. They mitigate those tidal waves.
So then I suppose my next question would be, and obviously nobody knows the answer, but like how do we figure, like if we're talking about like why would we be evolved to be cognitively imbalanced? How does that make any sense?
Yeah, that's a good question. Cognitive diversity is important so that we cover more ground as a species. I would say we co-evolve as a species We are a colony of humans. We're not individuals. And so, yeah, definitely that would be the reason to have different types, different imbalances in order to compensate each other. Also to be
So then would you say
individuated.
over time individuation or a closer to individuation would happen?
Individuation is the beginning of identity, the beginning of life. So associating yourself with your imbalance, discovering who you are, that kind of thing. And that's what the hero's journey is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I feel like I'm derailing things. So
No, you're good. That you're exactly doing the conversation. Thank you. Appreciate it. No, but like the balance that we're talking about, like when we're talking in the typology community, when we're talking about finding balance, we're talking about integrating your shadow and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So like what you would say is, okay, the person doesn't have a type now when they're balanced, right? Because if a personality type is an imbalance, so that means you don't have a type. No, you still have a type. You still have an imbalance. You've just compensated for your imbalance. Like you could still type an ISTP who's found balance because there's their savior side and their demon side.
So what
You know
you're
what I mean?
doing is rejecting Young's definition.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
You're rejecting,
So-
outright rejecting Young's definition.
No, we're not rejecting Jung's definition. Because Jung also defined this. He defined this as the transcendent function, or as the integration, or as like shadow work, all this kind of stuff. So Jung definitely talked about this.
So a type's based on an imbalance, and the imbalance goes away, then
The imbalance doesn't go away. We compensate for the imbalance.
yes,
Right.
the imbalance to compensate
Yeah,
for it, then
integrating-
balanced, then the type goes away.
Right.
Yeah, because
But there's
I
always
think
gonna
I think
Go ahead.
oh yeah, I just think it's interesting because from what I understand about Jung's idea of individuation is he said you need to, as far as I understand, it was like you need to have something. I don't know if it was traumatic. I can't quite remember that part, but you need to have like something that shows you your shadow, and then you need to understand your shadow, integrate your shadow, and then he also said the male female anima and animus, which is interesting because in the current form, if you're subscribing to like ops or whatever, there's the modalities, and other people seem to have these ideas of modalities. And
Right.
oh yeah, and Binyamin, you also had that video talking about like the there is like the idea of, which I thought I really love that video,
Really,
talking about how the one about like male and female, we were talking about like how men need, what is it? You're identifying like, yeah, like it's like I can be a male and be a feminine male, but I don't need to be I don't quite remember what you're talking about,
Right.
but you just like laid out the landscape there really, really well. I feel like of like,
Appreciate
yes, we have feminine and masculine energy
Yeah, girly man.
that need to be
Yes.
integrated.
Right. Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
like
men can
aiming
wear
at something
dresses.
like that. What's that?
Yeah, men can wear dresses.
I don't know if it was, but yeah, I suppose the British do it. They like to do it for
The Scottish. They were
yeah, and then the Scottish too. Yeah. But anyway. So anyway,
do anything.
so-
You can. Go ahead.
yeah, it's kind of whatever. But dresses. But
It's the last
So-
slide, so go ahead and derail.
yeah. So there's like the shadow. You need to see it. You need to integrate it. There's the anima and animus, and then there's like whatever event seems to preclude that all of like some kind of an awareness of like seeing that there is a like unconscious other half or something. I don't know.
Right.
So
I wrote
I'm trying to.
about that on my Facebook. Like, so we the first step I think is to stop villainizing your shadow.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Because you can't integrate it. If you villainize it, then you can't accept that part of yourself. You deny it. I've seen that all the time with people. I don't know if you guys have experienced that
Right.
or whatever. Yeah.
Let's see. Here it is.
Some
Share.
have status, and the men wear kits for weddings, etc. That's from my chat.
Okay, what do I have here? How do I make this bigger?
Oh, just click on it. Click on the square.
Here. So I wrote, if you call your shadow the then you can never integrate it, right? So if you have to stop villainizing it to some degree. But if you never isolated and rejected it, you would have nothing to integrate. So all parts of us have a cause and purpose. Only by finding it can we be whole. Otherwise, we will be poisoned by it. Yeah, it's kind of
very Jungian idea. Have you read Jung before? Actually, I don't know if you've read him or if you're just familiar with his ideas. Technically, have you read any of his works?
Yeah, I've read a little bit of Ions, and I've read cognitive. I have it here. Cognitive types.
Yeah.
Salute.
He's hard to read.
And
He is very hard to read.
Yeah, it's not a blaster.
Well, he feels like kind of like.
And who took my mic down?
I feel like he's like a messier like Nietzsche or something like that. I don't know. They have a similar type of.
My mic did got turned down.
It's hard to figure out what they're both talking about if you don't have like. I feel like kind of an insight into their lives or what they're researching. If you're just thrown in the midst of it, it's kind of hard to figure out.
Right.
And then Jung just I feel like he doesn't do much of the work of trying to make sure you're on board with what he's talking about. He's like referring to these ancient ideas as if it's like common knowledge that everybody's gonna have. At least that was my experience with listening to.
Like it's like reading Jordan Peterson talk. It's conceptual salad.
Yes. Yeah, and that's the same thing with Jordan Peterson. Is you have to go so deep into his work to decipher what he's talking about because he's not deciphering it on the front end.
Right. Yeah. It's also not no NI to it. Yeah. It's hard to contextualize what he's talking about.
Yep.
No NI, too much NI.
No NI.
Oh yeah. Speaking of NI, Binyamin, I'd be curious what you have to say about this because I've been thinking about this a little bit and bouncing the hypothesis around in my head. I feel like I don't see a masculine S with you, and I'd be curious if you have any opinions on that.
Okay. I mean, I do feel like once I get the concept down, I don't.
My mic did got turned down.
Yeah. Well, and I just I'm trying to think of like. I feel like I've seen you give away like there's a couple of facts that they'll like I have one instance in my head of it was the mitochondria when Manuel came on and he like corrected you and like you're okay just kind of like he corrected you on something and you like kind of just let it slide, whereas I feel like and it might just be a one-off example, it's hard but I feel like there's a couple of other things rattling around in my head where I've seen you like you kind of seem to surrender on the S a little bit and maybe that's something different going on. But then I feel like when you have the concepts down, like with entropy, you really beat on people with that. So it's like, I'm not super keen or like, I don't feel like the masculine, feminine modalities of like ops are super pertinent. But it's just like if I'm using that kind of frame of reference, I feel like you don't have a lot of
beating down with the T. I don't know.
Well, there's always that too. Yeah.
It is. I would say it is more beating with the T. Because the thing is like he's using S to gather. So if somebody posits a good enough correction on a definition, I don't think it would be arguing with that. It would be more of just like a sensory update.
I mean, I've noticed also masculine consume where I'm pushing back on anything I take in. Like I'm very strongly rejecting everything that's presented to me. In order to accept it, I need to reject it first. Or not be able to reject it.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that could also just be a masculine T.
Well, and that's interesting because I feel like I have the opposite where I like radically accept everything to a stupid degree, and then I'll come back around at the end and intend to reject it.
Right,
which is weird.
You've got feminine T.
Yeah, I don't know if that's what that is, but yeah, that could definitely be it. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I know that you don't necessarily.
I don't care for
You've
cats.
said before. Yeah, cats are lame. I know that you don't
Cats are awesome.
tend to like talking about your typo a lot, but I've just kind of that idea was rattling in my head, and I was curious if you'd have any
Right.
opinions on it.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if any of this type stuff is actually even real, or if like these dichotomies are real, or like it just
Stop
feels like we're
stepping
such
on the
infants
board.
in this round. Like this science is very new, you know?
Yeah.
So,
I agree, and that's why I feel like I'm not afraid to like try and. I feel like I'm not afraid to try and like mess things up, and that's why I say like I'm not super
Right.
keen on the modalities because none of it does feel very like tangible to me, where it hasn't been mapped
Right.
out very well at all. Yeah.
Well, also these categories are just categories, and like
Yes.
you know, there's clustering. So like this, it's hard to figure out what the difference between definition and clustering is. Because yeah, I could be feminine N, but like other people that have masculine like feminine N don't behave in this way. Like I'm outside of a cluster on a few of the elements of the categorization or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So
Yeah.
OP's biggest issue is that you have 256 cognitive functions, pretty much. So
No,
you need to
but
break
sure,
it down.
why not?
I've also noticed that there's just a lot of nuance as well.
Yeah, there's like an impossible amount of nuance.
Like
It's like
it doesn't matter. Like I should be kinesthetic, but I'm
it's a problem with how we
almost
define
always
categories. Yeah, it's a problem with how do we define categories by their extremes. So like if you define a category by its extremes, you'll never actually contain the category because no one's ever actually going to be an extreme.
But there may be like one or two, but still. it's
Right,
not
there may be
that.
one or two, like Trump.
Exactly.
Right.
very, very big extreme there. Yeah, it's like and there,
But like
but
no
there
one's ever
also-
going to be the archetype of an ISTP until you find one, right? Like you can't define all ISTPs by the archetype.
Yeah.
What about like
There's-
a mechanic that blows stuff up every once in a while?
You know, that's all of us. There you go. Done.
Oh, it's all
Thanks, Hank.
okay.
Yeah, we're all mechanics that blow things up.
It's just it's super general.
And did Chris
general-
look at my channel? Did Chris subscribe to my channel?
Just check your panel.
What?
Check the.
I don't think
control
Chris
panel.
subscribed to you yet, Brandon. You got to do a bit more work. Chris is like a cat. You got to get him to come to you. You can't force him.
is that what I'm like?
My
Sure.
subcat's
I guess I'll take it. I'll take it.
He likes Puss in Boots though.
No, I only like that one movie. That's it. That's
Right.
specific. I did see a short the other day that apparently his first appearance in Shrek 2, which I've never seen before, they had a cape on him, and then I ended up removing it because the CGI computers were so bad at that point in time that the cape took too long to render, so they got
Right.
rid of it early on. There's your
Right, they
Puss in
didn't have
Boots.
realistic clothing rendering back then.
Yeah. There's your Puss in Boots talk for the year.
Sweet. Sweet.
Thanks.
And Edna notes said no cape, so
Hello.
Well, that was a
hello.
good discussion. Appreciate that.
Yep. we got 3 times as much time as I thought we were gonna get out of it.
All right,
Sweet.
guys. I'm gonna be heading out officially.
Who am I going to
Aw.
abuse now? Who's my arch enemy now? Nico, come back. I need you. You're my content.
Well, you could be your own arch enemy. We could watch one of your videos.
Oh shit! All right, I'm too decidery for that. I'm going to get too embarrassed.
You could abuse yourself.
Oh damn it! I'm not double decidery enough. I can't do that.
Did the freak with a pink hand? Got
That
V-neck.
might be 2 X's. It's not 3 X's. The pink hand is 2 X's though. I agree.
Where's the O?
There's no O. Just 2 X's.
Oh, okay.
3
What about
X's
a
means
Y?
it can't go on his channel. 2 X's is okay, right?
I don't know his rules.
I also don't know those rules. What about
That's why I'm
what about a
asserting
Y?
random. A Y?
Oh, a Y. A Y.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, if
whatever.
it's not an O, then it has to be a Y, I guess, right? That's the way the logic works.
Yeah, is there an XY?
That's right. Well, two x's equals y is a parabola.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's what
Or
it
a
looks like
straight
when I
line.
draw it.
But if you have actual two x's there, then it's a parabola.
Yeah, when I draw it, it's a parabola.
That's right.
I really didn't like. You said 2x's equals what?
If you have two x's, so y equals xx,
Oh yeah, x times
Oh,
x.
so it's
Yeah,
x
that is a
squared.
parabola.
that's a
Yeah,
that's a
yeah.
parabola. Yeah.
Yeah, that is just. Yeah. Okay. I missed. Like
X,
So
I
a pink hand is a parabola.
yeah, x
Actually-
x is the
actually
same
here.
thing as x squared.
here's the
Right.
actually here's the feminine and masculine sensory. So like in intuition land, I knew what you were talking about. Of like, oh, he's probably talking about x multiplying x. An obligation to go back and ensure that the sensory was correct.
What are you doing? You can't do this. You're not allowed to do this.
Why not?
It's my channel. I don't want to see myself.
I know you need another worst enemy. And
Oh, God, Hank.
what's better than mirror match?
why this video? Like, why are you gonna pick about this video?
Look! Hey, look!
Because it's
Actually,
hilarious.
you can see the transformation, Vin. You're becoming like a bit bigger. You're becoming a little more jolly.
Oh
Versus
man,
here, you have a frown.
Nico, weren't you gonna leave? I thought you were gonna leave, Nico.
No, he likes this too much. He
You're
likes
becoming-
torturing you yourself.
Look, you're slowly becoming Santa Claus.
Just so, it's only March.
Oh, finally Annie's here. She's gonna save me. Here, I can.
No, she's
what I
not.
can
She's
do?
here to get you in the butt.
What video is this?
There's no video. No video.
It's not real. It definitely. It's not
How you been,
It's
Annie?
CGI.
It is not
As that's
existing, and
I
it will
have
not
been
exist.
okay.
Good.
Just business is really slow. I got food poisoning, so it was okay that business
I
was
read
slow.
that. Yeah.
Damn.
Yep. I figured out
Right.
what it was.
Bye, Nico.
Because of my dogs. It
Hi,
was like
Annie.
this. Hello. It was this Gouda cheese that I got, and I ate a little bit on a Monday, and I thought it was very creamy, but it tasted a little bitter, like not off at all, just bitter. And I
damn it.
thought, I don't like this one. And then I was having a little bit more on Wednesday, and I said, yeah, it's still bitter. And I gave some to Poppy here, and she refused it. She said, no way, I'm not eating that. And then I gave it to the 15-year-old dog, and he just snatches things. Like if I handed him a quarter, he would eat it. He grabbed the cheese from me, and then he got sick. So that's how I figured out it was the cheese, and I threw it away.
Oh, yeah. You have a lab animal to
Yeah,
test your
yeah,
food
but
on.
Poppy won because she refused the cheese. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it was
Nice.
surprising because I have I have a really strong stomach. This never happens to me, but I was sick for like 6 days. So whatever was in there was.
I also liked
Satiated
your
your
golf
lab.
ball
Yeah,
and
thank you.
seeds
Bye.
chest.
Oh,
Yeah, that was my big epiphany. I thought about it and I realized that it must have been a harvest. Like that, I edited it today that possibly Russ planted one single golf ball.
oh
And so
wait.
that big bag was the harvest.
I'm gonna meet you,
And-
buddy. The dog is disruptive.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry, I got rid of the
Oh,
dog.
well, I edited the post today because I had an epiphany that the reason that there were so many golf balls in with the seeds was because that was the harvest. So at one point he must have planted a single golf ball and all of those golf balls grew and that was the harvest. And so that's
Oh.
why the golf balls were categorized with the seeds. And I also have a label maker. So I think I'm going to slap a label on that drawer.
Okay, golf ball
Yeah.
and seed drawer.
Yeah.
What brand of label maker is it? Is it a zebra one or is it
Now I have
Leather?
this really cool antique one, the antique punch kind.
Yeah.
And we have one that punches metal as well. So you can make metal labels, like little aluminum labels. It's very classy.
Right, like dog tag sort of.
Yeah.
punching it.
This is the aluminum age. So.
Yeah.
Well, Nico changed into Annie. What'd I miss?
Yeah.
Oh, video.
Come on, Hank. What the?
He doesn't want to see himself.
Well, Officer Snaps didn't show up today because I scared the yellow stuff out of him. So I had to do the evil stuff.
All right, I like the question though. We can talk about the question. Is there a
All right.
subjective element to typology?
Wait, isn't the reverse of that better? Is there an objective element?
So
it seems pretty
what I
obvious a subjective element.
Right. So the context, what I was talking about in this video is that once you know your type, you kind of jump the shark. Like you realize the character you're playing, and then you play that character on purpose. You overemphasize your character.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And so you become like a meme. You become like a meme of yourself. So
Yeah, and
not knowing typology would keep you more genuine and less meme-like. I don't know. That was my point there.
Well, my type's totally underdetermined, so I guess I'm good because we still debating E versus I. So.
Yeah. So let me know if I'm characterizing what you said accurately. So you're saying like, so if somebody's supposedly like, if they're a sleep last, then they'll inhibit. If their type is sleep last, they'll inhibit more
I'm back.
sleep last qualities in their life.
My grandma's here.
Cool.
No.
Chris
on
was
the
in the middle of
screen.
talking. So let's
Look on the
let
screen.
Chris finish. Let's let Chris finish talking, and then we'll talk to you.
What's on the
Go
screen?
ahead, Chris. That's Hank put something here. Let me just take it off so it stops bothering us. There we go.
So if somebody's like, so if somebody's typed as sleep last, they'll embody more like inhabit a more sleep last type of a like a lifestyle of they'll lean into it. Is that what you're saying? Of they'll not be sitting, or like they'll be more inclined towards, I don't know, not sitting around in a room with themselves and just contemplating their life or whatever, whatever sleep last type of. Is that what you're saying? Am I
Maybe.
characterizing you correctly?
Well, I mean, one of the things I noticed when emailing Dave, he'd be like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't see your email. I've demon consumed," and then that would be it. Like,
Yeah.
Type as an excuse or to, not do your demons. It's like, oh, that's just who I am.
Okay. And that's always the scary thing to me about, and we've talked about this a little bit before, of using the typology lingo. It's useful on occasion to be a little bit more clarifying in some ways, but I feel like it can also lead into where everything is funneling through that understanding, which is restricting how you can see the world, and then therefore how you can act. Like you're just saying, that's what you just said in your description, yeah, of like, oh, I can't read your email and I forgot it and I didn't see it because demon consumed. It's like, well, if you didn't already have that presupposition, would you be having the same problem, or would you be more inclined to make that excuse?
Have you ever seen the guys that imitate Jordan Peterson like so well?
Yeah.
So like when they're imitating Jordan Peterson, they're like leaning into his character, leaning into his type. So like if Jordan Peterson started imitating himself, that's when like he's been watching imitators too long. Like Trump is imitating himself constantly. He's a meme, right?
Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. You're transcending your own type to become like the archetype of it in some kind of a weird way, in a way that's then, like you said, yeah, the word you use, not genuine, of like, I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate you thinking through this. All right, Hank, we don't need to watch the video. We processed it all. We're good.
Yeah,
we're good.
Okay, we can watch a different video you did then.
No.
I have an observer question.
All right.
So, Ben, your water bottle is so tall. Do you have a like a gooseneck sink where it will fit under and you can refill it, or did you just buy it? Like
this one was just bought. My son didn't know where my water bottle was, so I was like, okay, just get me a new one.
Could you refill that? Because it looks really tall.
Yeah, I could
So
refill it. Why not?
there's enough room under the faucet.
Yeah. You don't have enough room under your faucets?
No, I do. I just wondered if you did.
Oh,
It
okay.
just struck me that it was. I don't know. I just, I see things and I wonder about really stupid stuff. So that's an example of one of the really stupid things I was wondering about.
No, it's not stupid. It's good. You could also
Yeah.
like sort of tilt it to fill it.
Yeah.
You want-
Or you can get out the garden hose.
It's true. You can get the garden hose, but if you have a garden hose, you don't even need a bottle. You can just drink from it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you live in an apartment, so you would be.
That's right. That's
You'd
right.
have to string it in through the window. And it's like, who pays for it? Like, how do they divide up the utilities where you live? Where's the meter? Who pays for the outside water? And maybe you don't even have outside water because
Yeah,
I
we don't have
know if you
outside water.
there's
Yeah,
no landscaping. So
that's right. I like the observer question.
mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm full of them. You don't even know all the things I didn't ask. When I was in
Wow.
when I met my therapist for the first time, when the session was over, the whole time I thought the room smelled like yogurt, like blueberry yogurt or something. And then after we were leaving, I said, "It smells like yogurt in here." And she got really embarrassed. And she said, yeah, I know. I'm sorry. A professional office isn't supposed to smell like anything. And I said, "No, it's all good. At least it wasn't tuna." But I'm just so cued into like the things hanging on our wall and,
Right.
just the sensory that I'm seeing.
Brandon said something. I don't know. Was gonna hit you an email yesterday.
About me, I was talking to Mick Smith. I'll probably get 1,000 more subs if he was the key holder on my channel.
Nice.
Lately, I've been getting so many subs just for Mick Smith being in the chat.
What are you going to use the subs for?
Blocking everyone for cursing.
Nah, that sounds boring. Why don't you ignore them and they can pretend that they're important?
Brandon, what do you have against swearing?
I swear my mom grounds me forever just for saying cuss words.
So you have said cuss words.
If I did, your Mick Smith would tell everyone to unsubscribe from me.
Sounds like you live in a tyranny. Actually, how old are you?
24.
Oh yeah, you definitely live in a tyranny. But that might be a good thing for you.
It's part of being differently abled and still having caretakers, I guess.
So, so is your mom subscribed to your channel?
She doesn't have a channel.
Is she sub?
No.
Tell her to subscribe.
Why? So she can see all the swearing and get him in trouble? No.
Well, she's gonna see it anyways, right? So she might as well help out the channel. Go ahead. Tell your mom to subscribe to your channel.
She still has a view.
She doesn't have a channel in general. She doesn't. It makes sense for my mom on cam. The old mixer will probably return.
Tell her to register some some Gmail accounts and subscribe them all to your channel to help her son out.
Then the old mixer will probably return.
I'd say she'd be living in a tyranny if she was that kind of a mom.
Eventually, she wanted her to get naked.
Yeah, okay.
Do that.
Yeah, that's triple X. Yeah, I keep my channel free of naked, so I'd appreciate that.
Then he wanted me to get naked.
I don't want to get banned on YouTube.
Why don't you want to get banned from YouTube?
Because you can take super chats. Like I can show you why.
Because then my channel would be nothing.
AJ went triple X on my channel while I was talking about the Super Bowl.
Alicia wants to know what kind of music we listen to. What's up, John? John McSmith?
Yeah.
He's one of my BFFs now.
Yeah, I'm a
I got
BFF.
just for him in the chat.
What kind of music do you listen to, Brandon?
I don't really listen to much music. And Big Split's gonna be the permanent keyhole on my channel.
Yeah, permanent.
I get a lot more subs just for him being in the chat.
Yep.
I'll get you more
300.
subs if you use the permanent key. I'll get 1,000 subs by the end of the month if you use the permanent key holder.
It's pretty
Yeah.
specific.
That's a specific number. You're right.
You was getting ready to replace RGM yesterday.
I know. RGM is out, bro.
How do you know RGM will be replaced with you?
Hey, RGM's a good key holder. I don't know if you really want to lose him altogether, bro.
Look, Benjamin just got a super sticker.
Wow, Hank, thank you. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate it.
Maybe you should give John
Benjamin
one.
shows better because even though it's the same show right now.
Um,
All right, you guys.
I know.
I don't know. I saw the panel. All I saw on there was Brandon. I didn't know there was anybody else on the panel.
who have we seen you before, John? You sound familiar.
He's the Match Us channel. I'm
I think-
living there again.
Did you argue with Snaps last time? Or is
No,
that a
I
different
don't.
guy?
No, it was 5-speed.
Oh, okay. Where are you from?
Just
What's your story?
you guys are reading the Bible, bro. I mean, you can't really argue about that, can you?
Of course, that's all theologians do.
Isn't that like
I
so
really became a Christian when I started going to 13 Above's channel.
Oh, you did not. You were a Christian before that, Brandon.
I started reading the Bible a lot more when I went over there.
Okay, well, you might have started reading the Bible more, but you were already a Christian when you went over there.
I'm almost done with Genesis.
About to start.
Oh, the next chapter is Extheosis.
Exodus. Exodus, Brandon.
Yep, you're getting way. You might. How do you know?
Expialidocious.
You.
That's awesome. The way how'd you call it? How'd you pronounce that? Say that again, Brandon.
How do you
What's the
know
next
you're
one?
going? How do you know you're going to replace RGM?
No, he's a good key holder. What'd you call the second the book of the Bible? What'd you call that?
Genesis. That's just
The one after Genesis. What comes after Genesis?
Extheosis.
Exiosis. It's like a candy bar or something, bro. Exiosis. You remember I told you, Brandon, you remember I told you who wrote those first 5 books, right? You remember?
Moses.
Right. It says it right there. I didn't have to tell you. It says it right there.
Yep.
In fact, you read
Man,
it.
how do you know you was getting ready to replace RGM yesterday?
I know. I was on my best behavior.
All we did was watch boxing from the 70s.
So how did
I know,
Moses
and
write
that
the
was
part
good.
when he died? How did Moses write his own death into his narrative?
Van let the penalty eat lunch.
I mean, he wrote his own death.
Oh.
Yeah, he knew he was gonna die.
And I'm gonna live.
And when he died, he wrote.
I'm living at Matches again.
Yeah, you like that 70s boxing, don't you, Brandon?
There's an idea that Joshua finished it. That finished like the last little bit of it.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't like I heard you guys talking about context earlier, and that's a context, but it's not the context, and I'm scratching my head and I'm going, what? Who?
I would say even science is a kind of context.
No, I don't get the needing the context.
Oh, so we know what we're talking about.
Because you can look at the world through the context of science. So it's a way to contextualize things.
I mean, an apple is an apple, right?
Except
sure
when
that-
it's a MacBook.
That's right. Depending on the context, you don't know what the apple is. If you knew it was a computer,
You know.
or it could be a Granny Smith or something other kind of apple. You don't know.
Yeah, I do. If I can look at it, general characteristics, the size of it, I can
It could
say
be a
no.
poison
That's
apple designed to put Cinderella to sleep. Or if I got
it's
that right,
definitely not a red delicious. So it's not
Excuse
that.
me. It's actually Snow White eats the apple.
Yeah, yeah.
Cinderella is
Yeah, I know.
different.
I changed
Oh,
that. You're right.
okay.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Got
not.
It's all right.
completely wrong.
I'm bad.
I'm back. I don't want to place Web Cup Militant.
Brandon, how do you meet these people? Brandon comes from he comes from the tavern, and it's a pretty hardcore place over there, and I don't.
I always stay there when it's peace.
He's-
I might live there again until it gets triple X.
So Brandon subscribed to me. That's how he got here. He subscribed to me.
How
Oh, okay.
what's the rough place that you're talking about that Brendan lives?
Man, Chad, it was peaceful yesterday. Just from Mick Smith being on there.
What's match at?
Yeah, it was just me and Brandon, and I was calling
And it was
70s
watching
boxing.
from the 70s.
Alexis
getting-
Arguello and Roberto Duran, and I got really wasted on some really good cannabis, and it was a good time.
What would you do if you was the permanent key holder on my channel? What would my subscriber count be by the end of the month?
We're gonna get it to $5,000, buddy.
I'll
5,000
probably
is the
get
number.
5K if you was the permanent key holder on my channel.
I see getting your subscribers up is pretty important to you, Brendan.
Yes.
I'm
If I
Mr.
get
Popular.
5K, he will live. I'll let Mick Smith live now,
If you're so popular, why did I only meet you today?
and I'll be moving to Discord.
He wants to get his 24/7, 365 StreamYard paid for.
And
Yeah.
That's views. That's not subscribers. You need views.
And Mick Smith's gonna be the
monies.
permanent key holder on my channel. He's gonna live. He's gonna take over my channel at night. I'll probably get 100 subs on the next day.
If he's so popular, why did I only meet him today?
Next week.
When you get Fat Jed to lose 85 pounds, and then he's gonna buy it.
He has to have a credit card, by the way.
Then we'll make him go get one, because I'm gonna make him lose 90 pounds.
You're
You gotta
gonna
lose
be
90 pounds.
everyone's gonna call you a credit card scammer, causing me to block you.
How
No,
are you
no,
gonna
no,
make
no.
him lose 90 pounds?
He's gonna listen to my diet plan, and he's gonna do what I tell him.
So
And he's
what's
gonna
the
lose
plan?
90
Say,
pounds.
stop eating, fatty. Is that the plan?
No, stop eating is part of his problem. Is that he fasts all day long? That's part of his problem. And then he gorges at night. So no, he needs to start eating when he wakes up.
What
You
if,
can't go
what
more
if he's
than-
doing Ramadan this month? What are you gonna do then?
I don't know nothing about that wacko stuff, bro. That's devil, bro.
I would look more at what he's eating and less at how much and when. he's eating.
And was you on 13 Above's channel? Oh,
Do you eat a lot of candy, Brendan?
mainly gummies.
Yeah, gummies is a candy. Do you eat a lot of gummies?
No,
Mainly gummies, meaning like you eat other. Yeah.
because I don't want my mouth to hurt. I had tooth pull surgery 2 years ago, and I couldn't eat none for a week.
All right.
Yeah, he had tooth surgery. Bro.
Yes.
Brandon
yeah,
likes,
I just
cereal.
get the temporary fillings.
I didn't stay on night or nothing.
Brandon likes cereal right out of the box, bro.
I put them in a bowl.
Is it
Oh, you're
sugary
putting it in a
cereal?
bowl now?
Is there a lot of sugar in the cereal?
Cocoa
What kind
Puffs.
of cereal?
The closest, but not having sugar is Kix and regular Cheerios. I ate Kix this morning.
Cheerios has a lot of sugar, actually.
Got a lot of corn in it, too.
No. And that's how the old mix stuff came back.
No, I'm a health nut, bro. And I'm going to make Fat Jed lose 90 He's got down there. He weighed 375. Now he weighs 275, and now he's stuck. He can't lose any more weight. So I told him I'm going to make you lose 90 pounds, and you're going to weigh 185 when I'm done with your fat ass.
You're probably going to ask Jeff for his credit card.
I don't care about his credit card, Brandon, but as a reward for saving his life, he's going to spend that $400 or whatever it is instead of on a gym or something. He's going to buy your StreamYard, bro. I'm going to make him do it, bro. He's going to feel so guilty.
24/7 WWE stream with you.
Yeah, we're going to do Bible to boxing and everything in between.
And late in April, online matches as well. Basically, even more subscribers.
So,
It'll
John,
be
what
your
makes you
channel.
mentor these people? It sounds like you're their mentor. What makes you mentor them?
I don't mentor nobody, bro. I tell this guy, stop crying about it. I reached a plateau at 275 pounds. No matter what I do, I can't lose any weight. This motherfucker weigh 275 pounds, bro. Said he can't lose weight, bro. Are you out of your gourd, bro? Shut up. Then I asked him, I said, what are you eating? And then I find out what he's eating, and I'm like, well, no wonder you're a fat ass. No wonder you can't lose weight, dummy. You're going to adopt my diet that I tell you to eat. You're going to eat it when I tell you, and you're just going to sit there on the couch and lose weight.
I'm streaming this on my channel.
It's also like, you don't think that's a bit of an oppressive, like maybe they want the what's it called, the drill sergeant leader, but maybe there's a different
Some of them need it, bro. But some of them are ignorant too. Like somebody said, maybe it's what they eat. Well, that's this guy's problem. He thinks that if he eats, only eat a cup of rice. I just eat a cup of rice. Yeah, but you ate a cup of rice, dum-dum. You can't have any rice. Zero, bro.
Why not?
Only had a little bit of orange juice. Yeah, but you can't have any, bro.
Why not?
Zero, bro.
Why can't you?
Because those spike your blood sugar and your insulin, and that's what's keeping him fat, bro. So I got him on 20 net grams a day, bro. 5 net grams every 4 hours. He can't go more than 4 hours without eating.
How many subscribers would I get? We did 24/7 stream all month long.
We would get some Bible done, bro. We would show. Oh yeah, that's the important thing. I forgot. It's not that. Yeah, okay. Right. Bible you want Bible the whole time? How many subscribers would you get? Is that the question?
Right now, I got 5 more subs just for you being on here.
I know, man. I got the Holy Spirit, bro.
It'll get to the point that it'll be my new favorite channel. Maybe start uploading content.
People respond to leadership, bro.
There you go.
I take the horse by the reins, bro, and I just yeehaw, and everybody, I wave my hat, crap like that, bro, and everybody lines up behind me, bro.
Are you starting to recognize the one narrative, Hank?
I'm gonna need coffee.
I
don't get this context stuff, bro. So
the context, the one narrative, yeah. You got.
Does Adam and Eve need some kind of context?
No, about 24/7 stream.
The context is the garden, bro. I don't get the.
So what you can do is you can look at those stories without any context, make them context-less, and see where they apply, because they apply to more than
retarded.
just.
That's retarded. That's retarded.
It's actually genius. It's what you do when you look at things like that.
No,
so
actually, you're dumb. I think it's retarded.
Context-less.
Yeah, you can look at the stories.
How do you read something and it's context-less? How do you do that, bro?
Yeah, really. How do you do that?
You can get rid of the context when you're reading it and see if it applies to other contexts.
Well, I have like a prescription here, bro, and from my doctor. And so how do I read that with no context whatsoever, bro? How do I do that?
I mean, that has a context, but a story like Adam and Eve the context can be changed. You can change it and use it to look. You can look at the story with a different context, or you can use it to look at life in the world in different
Then
places. Yeah,
then
you can
you're
use it as a
demonic,
context.
bro.
Right.
You're demonic. That's demonic.
No,
That's
no,
devil.
that's
That's devil free.
no.
Yeah, it is. That's devil
Do you
free.
believe?
Man.
Do you believe it's the word of God or not?
What is what the word
The
of
story
God?
of Adam and Eve. Do you believe that's the word of God or not?
Well, there's a lot of stories of Adam and Eve out there, bro. If you're talking
mean,
about the King
Bible. If
James,
you read Genesis.
yeah, but
Genesis,
there's a lot
King-
of versions of the Bible too.
Okay,
I
but do you believe?
only go with the King James version of the Bible as
I only go
given
with the
to
Hebrew
the
version
king
of the Bible.
back 400 years ago. That is God's word, bro.
So I only read the Hebrew version of the Bible, which is God's word.
Well, I
That's-
have a
There's no version.
Well, I
that
have
is the version.
yeah, but I have a companion's Bible, and then I have a Strong's concordance, so
Yeah.
I can look up every single
But anyways-
word back to the
Anyways,
original
why would
Greek, Aramaic, and Hebrew manuscripts, bro. So,
and anyways,
and
why
when
would
you're talking
God
about
give the story
context,
without a context? That's my question. Why
when
would
you're
God give
talking
the story
about
without context?
I don't know what context you mean, bro. What's the
Well,
context of
the
Noah's
story of
flood,
Adam
bro?
and Eve has no context. It even happens out of order, right?
Out of order?
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The only context for Adam and Eve is the 6 days of creation. After that, that's it. What do you have? What context do you have for the story? That's what interpretations are. People spinning
Adam and
their-
Eve, slow down, partner. Pump your brakes a little bit here, bro. You're doing like most devils do, bro. And you're
No.
confusing slow down. You're confusing two issues, bro.
No, I'm
The
not.
creation, yes, you are, bro.
No.
The creation happens. Slow down, bro. Can I say something, bro? The
Not if
creation.
you start with an accusation that you don't understand the Bible, because I guarantee
No,
you.
I know.
way
Well,
more
you
than do.
haven't heard my explanation, so you don't know
I
if
don't
I
really give a
understand it
shit.
or
I
not,
already
bro.
know you're full of shit, so I don't even need to hear it.
No,
buddy.
because in the first verse of the Bible, God spoke and nothing became everything, bro. But you weren't put into flesh yet, bro. Adam and Eve happens after that. The creation
How does
happens
that
right there in
relate-
the first
How
verse,
does that
bro.
relate to what I said in any way?
You're confusing God putting the spirit body into the flesh as Adam and Eve. You're confusing that with the creation, bro. Yeah,
I'm
you
not.
are. You just said it was the same fucking thing, bro. Yeah, you did,
No,
bro.
I didn't. No, I didn't. Roll back
Yeah,
the tape.
you fucking did, bro.
No.
Yeah,
But
you did.
McSmith, I'm re-streaming this.
Oh, sorry, Brandon. Oh man, I forgot. He pissed me off. I'm sorry, Brandon. I forgot where I was at. You're right. My fault. My fault. I forgot where I was at.
I'm gonna. If you say that, I'm gonna have to block you.
I thought I was at the tavern, bro.
Again.
I scored 2, by the way.
Brandon, you know I'm used to being at the tavern, bro. I thought I was at the tavern where it's anything goes, bro. My fault. My fault. I'm
I
sorry,
was
bro.
used to going to 13 above, so I went there over. I've been re-streaming there for over a month.
But the guy's out of his gourd. He does what they always do, and they switch. They confuse the creation with Adam and Eve, bro.
I didn't confuse
Life
anything.
didn't start with Adam and Eve, bro.
What did I say?
The
I said
earth
there's
and
no
the universe and everything was here
Right,
billions of years by the time Adam and Eve.
You're muted. I'll even take you off the stream for a second. So, first of all, the only thing I said was that there's no context to Adam and Eve. That's all I said. You can remove context. I didn't confuse anything with anything else. Quite the opposite. I'm trying to unconfuse things. Because if you want to apply a context to it, you could do that afterwards, and then we can get things straight. If you apply the right context, the story makes sense. If you apply the wrong context, the story makes absolutely no sense. All right, you're back.
Fair enough, bro. But look, let me just give me like 90 seconds, bro. Because my chronological order of events are the biblical chronological order of events. And it seems like most Christians, most so-called scholars, man, they get this wrong, bro. But
Yeah, how many subscribers will you get if you was a permanent key holder on my channel? But
I know one thing: it'd be over 5,000 total. But the you have a whole. If you read Genesis carefully, I guess Brandon, we're gonna have to go back and read it carefully. You'll see. Let us create man in our image, bro.
All right. So if you want, you can go on my channel and look at how carefully I read Genesis. I have a video on the first 3 words of
I
Genesis.
don't have to, bro. I don't
Let me
have
take
to,
you
bro.
off because you're interrupting me again. So you can go and look at that and see how closely I look. I look at the actual Hebrew and I look at each letter and what the meaning of each letter even implies. And you get a much deeper understanding of the first 3 words of Genesis if you want to look at that. So like that's how deep you can look at things, and you can't look at it that deep in any translation. I'm sorry. So yeah, that's not going to invalidate me. I'm looking at it much deeper than you, bro. All right, you're back.
I got my Strong's concordance right here, bro. I can look up every single word and take it back to the original Aramaic, Greek, and Hebrew, bro. And not only that, but I can provide this context that you keep babbling on about, bro.
You can, right? You can provide the context. And the thing is, tradition.
You're not gonna try to trump me, bro, and
again.
say, "Oh,
So there is 70 faces to the Bible, is what tradition says. There's 70 different contexts you can apply to every verse. The only thing that really actually even means is if you understand the word 70, 70 is the number of nations. So every nation can interpret it for themselves. Anyways, I'll bring you back.
yeah." Let me know when it's my turn to talk, bro.
Yeah, it's your turn. Go ahead.
Your turn now.
Because every time I start, then you talk over me and fucking stop me, bro.
All right, I'm sorry if
Well,
I've done that.
just
I'm sorry. I'll turn myself off if you call me out.
I mean, just slow down, bro. I don't know about you, but I got all day, bro.
And I also
So
do
there
go on
you go.
other panels as well. Panels that I've never been on before.
That's because you are a social animal, bro. The ladies dig Brandon, bro.
And I was
That's
on
what it
God
is.
Bless channel, and he's planning on giving me the keys to his channel.
I know it, bro. It's like you go walk in like a boss, bro. People start handing you the keys and all that. It's crazy, bro.
Slugger gave me the keys.
But God spoke and nothing became everything, bro. There's such thing as 3 world ages, bro. And you've always been alive. You've been here since God spoke and nothing became everything, bro. You've been in your spirit body, bro. And it wasn't until later that God and everyone has to hold on, bro. You're talking over me again, bro.
Yeah, go for it.
So it wasn't until later that God started putting our spirit bodies into the flesh. And that's what I mean when I say you guys are confusing the actual creation, which happened all at once, and everybody got created at the same time, bro. And just like everybody's going to get judged at the same time, you'll have these so-called Christians on here that say you get judged when you die and all this crap all over. The Bible doesn't say that. You don't get judged when you die. Get that out of here, bro. That's devil, bro. And you weren't created when you were in the womb, bro. You got created in the flesh, and God took your spirit body that was already created on day 1 of the creation, bro. When God spoke and nothing became everything, and He took your spirit body and he put it in that flesh body, bro. And you're gonna ride through the flesh one time, bro.
All right, so I'm going to jump in and ask. So all of this is the context for what? The story of Adam and Eve?
No, this is a chronological order of events of Genesis.
I disagree. I have seen absolutely nothing of what you've said in Genesis.
So you didn't see where God said, let's make man in our image, not my image. It says our image. You didn't see that, bro?
Yeah, of course I've seen that.
Well, who's the our? Who's this our he's talking about, bro?
Yeah, it's a great question, actually, and a lot of people try to answer.
I'll tell you who it is, bro. It's all of us, bro, because we were already created and we already lived in the first world age, bro. And then now we're in the earth world age, and now we're going to be in the final world after Christ returns.
Actually, I would say that's a good explanation. It's one explanation. It's one answer. It's not necessarily the answer. Like I said, you've given it context.
That's what it says, bro. That's all I know.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
All I know is what it said.
The sensory's there. That's what it says. And so then what does it mean? You have to give it context to understand what it means. And so you are giving it a context that sort of works, right? And it's a good answer. That's why I'm saying it's a good answer.
Sort of works, he said.
Right? But there are other answers, right? And other answers also work. Or sort of work.
Religion's got a lot of answer, bro. Religion does. But there's only one answer in God's word, bro.
No. That's the problem. You're looking at God's word wrong. There's not one answer.
What
in
am I
it.
doing? Tell me what I'm doing wrong. How am I looking at it wrong?
You're limiting it to a single context. That's how you're doing it wrong. As soon as you limit it to a single context,
Where does it say don't do that, bro?
You've
Where does it
destroyed
say
the
don't do
information.
that? Where does Paul say don't do? Where does he tell Timothy or somebody don't do that, bro? The only one I hear saying don't do it is you, bro.
No, I'm saying you're limiting it.
Well, okay, well, where's the commandment from somebody that says don't limit it to one context, bro?
It doesn't even have to be a commandment. It's just the way you're reading it. It's you didn't receive it in the right way in order to read it. You're reading it
How do you know?
with a context.
How do you know?
Because you weren't at Sinai, Benny.
Time to have more.
And you know this, so you know if I got it the right way.
I just
And-
know
and
who
not, bro.
was at Sinai, and I look at their words very specifically. That's
I
how I'm
was
looking at it.
talking about God's word, bro, not my word, bro. He said it, not me, bro.
So am I. So am I. But you're giving the context,
Right.
and you're saying that is the only way to look at it. I disagree.
Well, God doesn't say
I
here
think
it
your
is
question
and
is good.
interpret it any way you want, bro.
So, okay, so what I will give you is that your question is good and you have a good answer. I like both of those things, but I wouldn't limit it to a single context. That is limiting the word of God.
Well, it doesn't have a bunch of meanings, bro.
No? I can give you a whole bunch of answers to that one. One
I know you
interpretation.
can. That's what religion does, bro. Religion makes up a bunch of answers, bro. But it only has one. God only meant one freaking thing, bro.
Then why wasn't he specific? If he only meant one thing, why
He
wasn't
was specific,
No,
bro.
he wasn't.
If
No,
you
he
have
wasn't. He
eyes to
didn't say-
see, if you have
If you
eyes to
have-
see and ears to hear, he's very specific.
Okay, so if you ask the question, if you have to ask the question, and there are different interpretations, and people can disagree with it, so obviously God wasn't specific for a reason. Obviously, there is more than one context.
This guy's a pussy, Brandon. He keeps kicking me backstage, so I'm done. You want to come to
You're
the
back.
tavern? Come on over. Come on over
He's
to the
not
tavern.
lying.
Bring your big mouth
This team is
when
a
you can't go
placeholder.
backstage, bro. When you
It
can't
is
be
a
kicking
placeholder
people
for match-
backstage, bro. And you
Match
gotta
has not even
can't
lied.
be a bitch, bro.
Oh, other panels have to do it.
And he ain't got nothing to say until I got something to say. Then he starts babbling, bro. Because he's a
Oh,
typical
there's-
fucking. That's what they
That's
do,
the-
bro.
My BFF on Discord. If he won that LTK, he would have replaced you.
Hey, I'm
Absolutely.
not worried about being replaced, bro. I got the Holy Spirit.
He will be my BFF
No,
on Discord. If it comes to game modding, he's my BFF on Discord.
Look, I
Yeah,
just
but
got to
what-
say, you can't fill a full vessel. Your vessel is full. You have all the answers. So you're never going to learn anything, and you're never going to receive any prophecy or any Holy Spirit if you're full. So I just have to say that. If you really want to receive the
I
Holy
hear
Spirit,
you
you have
loud
to find
and clear,
humility,
yeah.
and you have to empty yourself and look at different ways of looking at things.
Where does it say that? What chapter and verse is that?
It's just the philosophy of how to gain prophecy.
Yeah, some kind of non-Bible devil
And
stuff,
you
bro.
do-
You
and
ain't got
you
no
do-
chapter and verse to back it up, bro.
And
You're
mixed
telling me
with
to
both-
behave this way, and you have nothing from the Bible that says behave that way, bro. All I got is your mouth to tell me it's somebody
about this?
else's philosophy, bro.
Read this book.
Because you're a
Path,
devil,
It's talking
bro.
in Proverbs. Benjamin.
by
I'm sure you can pull something out of Proverbs.
all right. So this is where here you can look at this book here, Path of the Just by the Ramchal, and then
No,
that's a
I
great
thought we
place
were
to start.
talking about Bible, bro.
I am talking about the Bible, and he uses the
Mixed
Bible
Discord,
perfectly
are you go? If you
to show how to get prophecy. This is
Mixed
how you
Math-
get prophecy. This is how you get to the Holy Spirit. And he
Mixed
uses
How do
the
you do
Bible.
that? Tell me how.
He proves it by using the Bible. So you can look at it. It's the path of the just.
If you say one more cuss word, McSmith, 24/7 is out.
Okay, sorry, Brandon. I got to run down. I got to run downstairs and check my laundry, bro. This dude here is a devil, bro. Hang on, let me. I gotta go down. I'll be back in a few
Which
minutes.
person on here is the devil? Hank.
I'll be back in a
Vinny,
few
or
minutes, bro.
Andy?
I bet it's Hank. My money's on Hank. Yes.
Who's
Look, coffee. Coffee.
Sweet.
I can't do a poll yet. Wait. Brandon, can you do a poll?
What poll about what?
Who on the panel is the devil?
I did a poll of which movie will win Best Picture at the Oscars.
The devil is a part of yourself that you can't accept.
Yeah, who has the biggest one?
I was thinking about that award show from Sunday. I did put a community post on about it. Oh, there's Matt Chad. On the Red Club, my BFF is RGM. His favorite film is Forrest Gump. And it won Best Picture as well.
Did you guys all see the Trump thing with Ukraine? What's going on there?
Yeah, a show, a play.
I couldn't watch it, but I sort of read the dialogue.
Oh yeah.
What do you think about it?
I think it was a blow up. Yeah. It'll work itself out.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were provoking Zelensky.
Yeah,
I think-
Vance should have kept his mouth shut. Vance shouldn't have gotten involved.
Yeah.
Vance is a vice president.
It doesn't matter. He didn't have a vice president to get involved and defend him. They were strong arming him. They were two-teaming him. He shouldn't have gotten involved.
I mean, it's all just really ridiculous, too. It's really shocking because it seems like all of the stuff, like even the tariffs, are going to embolden China and Russia. I'm like, do we really want them to become superpowers? I don't know. Doesn't seem like a good idea to me.
They're already superpowers. Yeah.
Well, not Russia.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like their models. I don't like the the authoritarian bullshit and the way oh sorry, I said a thing. And the way just the authoritarian stuff. And in Russia, it's ridiculous how beautiful the main Moscow is. It's so beautiful,
Right.
And then the way everyone else in the country lives.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to become more like that. I don't want the United States to become more authoritarian. And I think that Putin has the dirt on.
Why do you think the United States is becoming more authoritarian because of Russia? I missed that step.
Not because of Russia, because that's the plan. I mean, Trump is talking about having a third term. If they were to implement, so with all the cronyism and the, vetting federal workers to be loyalists to this administration, it makes it very difficult to ever change the administration. And then also just the
How do you get rid of Congress? How do you get rid of Congress, though?
Oh man, I am.
How do you eliminate the balance of power and become an authoritarian
Dude, I'm not gonna argue with you. But like,
yeah, because there is no argument. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's all you're spewing.
That's it, Mister.
Yeah.
That's it, McSmith. No 24/7. That's it. You're done,
No
McSmith.
peace for you. Ha ha.
This panel, I don't care, Brandon. This panel is caca, bro.
I'm be stewing as I'm. It's better off you go to my own.
So I
There's your
love
vote.
I
Your
love
vote.
being rejected by people who I don't want here. This is
Well,
great.
you're still a decent
I know.
user. I'm not going to block you.
Yes,
no.
I am. We're
I love
decent.
it. I love
Benjamin
it.
and I are decent. So is Andy.
Remove yourself,
Mick
son. I
Smith-
love it. I love it.
Mick Smith,
Reject me.
you
I
screwed
thought it
up.
was
Beautiful.
Brandon's panel, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you're lucky I'm not
You're
gonna
welcome
block
back
you.
anytime when
I don't know
you're
how you become
ready
an
to accept
And
it.
you're also lucky. You're also keeping the wrench for my channel as well.
zero elimination how Trump eliminates zero explanation how Trump eliminates Congress, bro.
Way.
Look, so let me just give you some context, okay? So Annie's explaining she's got something she's trying to process, right? She's not 100% sure she knows the right answers. I know Annie. She's very humble. She's putting it out there to process it with us, to try to see what we think, to maybe she's trying to get the observations right. So like a lot of it we know is already coming from fears. A lot of it we know is coming from guesses. All right, he's gone. Okay, keep going, Annie.
Oh, I think the Omicron's about to return.
Well, so I guess the part about like, vetting federal workers and surrounding yourself with a bunch of cronies and loyalists, this is written in Project 2025 to do
Right.
this. And once you do this, then there are no checks and balances. And also the just lies. I mean, it's so 1984. It's like, I'm just gonna like just saying that Ukraine started the war. We're just gonna say that, but that's not how it happened. That's fake news.
Who's saying that Ukraine started the war?
Trump literally said that. Said that Ukraine
Really?
started the war. That's what was so offensive.
Do you know the source for that? I'm actually interested in that.
I mean, there's a sound clip of him saying, "Well, they shouldn't have started it.
They shouldn't.
We need to end. We need to end this thing because Ukraine shouldn't have started it." I mean,
Okay.
I don't know. It's a sound clip that's out there. I've heard it. It's like I've heard it on the news. I'm sure you could find it.
All right. So is he wrong? He's wrong that Ukraine started it.
No.
I mean,
But also, just there's so many other things that like history happened this certain way, and he's just saying it happened a different way, and you just can't do that. It's dangerous.
okay. All right. So I know why he's doing it. I'm wondering. Okay. So why do you? Okay. Let's say the reason he's doing it is to end the conflict. Like that's the bottom line, to save lives. So like changing the narrative a little bit so that Putin's ego doesn't get hurt and he stops attacking Ukraine. Like that's kind of his goal. So everyone knows the truth. Like, no, we're all just like, you know what I mean? It's that delusional person in the room who thinks they're a frog. And they're like, treat me as a frog, call me frog. Everyone knows they're crazy. We just play along anyways. So I feel like that's what's going on. It's like, we all know who started the war. We all know why the war is happening. And Trump saying that it's, Ukraine is setting up Vladimir Putin to agree to the terms. So I don't know. That's the context I'm seeing it in.
That's
Maybe.
stupid as
I
fuck.
mean, we don't really know what Trump's motivations are, but I have thought that probably Putin has information on Trump that he's, that Trump doesn't want to get out, and that's why Trump is like his best friend now. Like there are, yeah,
Right.
I
mean,
think
it's
he's got
obvious
information on the guy.
So everyone knows who started it. Everyone knows it's Putin. Everyone, it's not going to change the history books. Like we all know, we're not delusional here.
They
Unless he
are
wins.
rewriting the history books. They're changing the
Okay.
fucking curriculum in schools around
The
certain things. I
So-
mean, you just can't do that. You can't just whitewash history and say like shit that didn't happen. Shit didn't happen that did.
Well, okay, so like you can't get rid of the truth. I think like the truth will stay. The different opinion, like we're coming up with things that didn't exist in history, like the revisionist history. Like we're looking at, like we're questioning things like the Holocaust, right? So looking back on history, we can definitely question and change things. So I don't like, this isn't going to be written in stone, is what I'm saying. There's going to be different historical theories that didn't happen. They'll give me like, well, Ukraine, they found this special mineral that, I don't know. They can invent anything, right?
Well, I don't like it.
Yeah, I agree.
So Anna, what did you think about the meeting between Zelensky and
I plead the fifth.
Good move.
I thought it was embarrassing.
Yeah.
It's oversaturated. I don't want to talk about it. So I'll just
Copy
listen
that.
to you to talk about it.
So what do you
Yeah.
want to talk about, Anna?
I'm listening, but
Oh,
it's just so
we can talk about it.
oversaturated.
Right.
Yeah.
You want to watch one of Benjamin's videos?
No. You can watch them when we're not on stream. How's it going, Jay?
I don't know yet.
All right.
Good answer.
So you said I was right and I was wrong that you're George Lucas. So you think George Lucas is a different type?
Yeah. I don't think he's TI lead. I think that's ridiculous.
What was funny is the whole video, you're like right, wrong, right, wrong. Binyamin was right, but he was wrong. And I was right. And I'm like, what the hell is this TI talk? Who talks like that except for TIs? And you're like, no, I'm not TI. Okay, Jay.
I think McSwith has called you servant of Satan.
That's okay.
Wait, what?
He brought the Satanism here. We just practice it. Thank you.
I actually have a video on my channel of Satan if you want to learn something, but I know you won't watch it because you don't learn things.
Whoa.
What up?
Oh, what's
I
up?
don't know what
What's up,
that
Zephyr?
was.
Hello.
Oh, you called me? No, whatever. just.
He can call you names. It's okay.
Yeah,
You know
I
it's
agree.
not.
Oh no, I love it. I love it that people like that hate me and call me names. That's
I
great.
had the best names.
It's still not ideal, but that's not on you.
Yeah, I know exactly.
I think the major problem with some folks is their superior judgment. They're, yeah, from being in a position of superiority somehow. They think that it's okay just to pass judgment on people, and they're not really, if they believe in God, why don't they let God do God's job instead of cockblocking God?
Well, God could do God's job through my body if God wants to.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah. No,
I
I'm
think
not affected by it.
It's so weird when people call other people like devils or say that's the devil, or like certain music is the devil. Like if your God is so powerful and loving and will protect you from anything, then like this fucking song isn't gonna hurt you. God will protect you from this song or this,
Well, and that's
person
really
or
what it is, I
concept.
think, is it's an insecurity that cannot discuss anything which might lead them into temptation, and they are weak, right? If that is the case.
I mean, I can respect that. If someone knows that they're very susceptible to temptation, I can respect them, putting up fences for themselves and staying away from things, like keeping
Yeah.
liquor out of their house. So, like, I can respect people
I respect that
distancing
too.
themselves. Right. Yeah.
But like when somebody is afraid of a Ouija board, it's like
That's not
it's a
like
game.
trotting
I mean, why
tail.
wouldn't God protect you from that? You're giving the Ouija board too much power. If God is
Well,
so
that's the thing.
almighty,
Like, if you're using the Ouija board, then you are giving it power.
I guess you're just playing
Yeah.
a board game from Mattel.
Sure.
But doesn't it say in the Bible you're supposed to love your enemy?
No, I don't think so.
Sort of.
That doesn't sound like the Bible.
Maybe that's New Testament or just a translation, but
Maybe. Yeah.
I think it's a good thing to, but then again, I'm a little biased because I think I'm trying to do unconditional love. So
Only
Right.
conditional love. Only conditional love. That's how I love my cat. Only conditionally. She gives me the cuddles. I give her the food. It's a transactional relationship. Only
oh,
conditional.
I can't do that because I think everybody knows something that I don't know, and I would love to find that out. So that's the minimum of love that I can have for anyone. And some people I love them from afar.
Yo, what's up? Welcome.
Whoa.
Yeah, so like I think there's a difference between understanding what something is and its purpose and loving it or hating it, right?
Passing judgment on it.
Only off camera, buddy. So yeah, like there are clearly things that are bad, and we have to know how to distance ourselves from those things, or not engage in them, or bring the law down on them, right?
But is it the behavior of people that is bad or the people themselves? That's what I think. Is it's like the
Yeah.
behavior I think is bad, but I think all people are inherently good. They're just maybe not developed enough to be more
So
good.
the more bad you do, the more you internalize that bad. Like it becomes a habit. So I don't know if it's useful to separate the person from the act when the act can influence their person and their character. So like there could be a good person that did a bad thing and their character is disgusted by that bad thing, right? But then there could be a bad person doing a bad thing and their character is attracted to it. And so like then there's no difference between the person and the thing.
Seemingly that might be the case, but I think that there is some nuanced difference. I do. I don't know how to explain it though.
Mm-hmm.
This is such an NF conversation. Oh.
Okay, so let me look. How do you say it in English? Malachi? The prophet?
That's close enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Malachi.
Malachi. Okay, yeah. He says God loved Jacob and he hated Esau, is what he said there. So, who did you bring this up? King James?
Yeah, that's the one the Poundverse prefers. So, I actually like an ESV myself or NIV, but that's what most people on the Poundverse prefers, King James.
I think
Okay.
the distinction with me is that I try to love them until it's very like undeniably clear that that is not something that is I'm going to be able to do without compromising myself
Yeah,
somehow.
but that boundary is different for everyone. What
Yeah,
what
it
you
is.
what you described as abundantly clear, that's a you interpretation.
Yeah, it totally is. I agree. And for me, I'm very resilient and very tolerant, but that doesn't mean that just because I can put up with something that I should. And this is something that I'm improving myself because in the past I've been a doormat.
Mm-hmm.
Sweet. Atheist reading of the Bible. All right. I mean, that's a context. You could definitely put the Bible into an atheist context. Why not?
Yeah, he actually
Aaron
got
Rod did it just fine.
Yeah.
positive input from the Christians too. It was very interesting.
So like there's obviously no requirement to ascribe emotions to your enemies in any way, shape, or form. Loving your enemy, if it leads to destruction and bad outcomes, I would say that's a bad thing. Don't do it. Yeah.
Well, see,
there's
I think sometimes I am the harbinger of other people's bad karma, but I'm very, very friggin' careful whenever it comes
right.
to acting.
There's a verse also in Mishle. Mishle is Proverbs, where Solomon says, chesed rashaim, like charity to the wicked is evil. And so what I see from that is today is like if you're going to arm your enemy and give them guns, like that's charity. That's what they want. Give them money to buy guns and weapons, then that's bad.
You're probably keeping them from their lessons.
Right. So I mean, like if you define loving as like wanting what is good for them and best for them, some people what's best for them is for them to be incarcerated. Like
that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah.
So I don't know if it means like a feeling or wanting what is best for that particular thing. Like the best thing for a landmine in the middle of nowhere is to destroy it in case somebody comes in and walks on it by accident.
Have you seen any of those videos of those guys that go out and they find landmines and they're not like super careful? I mean, there was some crazy like one guy was like carrying it very carefully, I guess, but still carrying a landmine. It's
Oh,
like, wow.
I mean, maybe he knows how it works and he knew that it wouldn't trigger it the way he was handling it.
It's
Yeah.
still insane.
It's yeah. I mean, the first time people see a bullet or pick up a bullet, they get afraid of it too. They don't realize like, no, you actually need to hit the back of it really hard for anything to be dangerous about it.
Yeah, you can drop bullets and they don't go off.
Yeah, you can throw bullets, you can do whatever you want, and they don't go off.
'Cause I
Except
have
shoot
this
them,
very
then they'll
sharp
go
pin.
off.
Right.
Yeah, my parents, we used to reload ammo, so
Right.
I know how that works.
Even though you just said that, I would still never throw a bullet against the wall. It still scares me.
Yeah.
Well, it's better to
just-
err on the side of caution, really.
It's
Yeah.
kind of the feeling like how it would be hard for me to cut myself. Like I just can't do it. Because there's a chance that it would explode. Even if you say there's no chance.
Very, very observer.
Yeah, well, and then it could
okay.
spontaneously explode too, actually, like people do sometimes.
Yeah, like again, like Annie's distancing herself from a behavior, and that's fair. That's safe. Like, what's wrong with that? I think that's fine.
As long as it doesn't keep you from enjoying your life. Because, you know, being like
I mean,
shut your house would be bad. Extreme of that.
all right, but what if you're like a serial killer that is trying to stay away from something? Staying away from it is going to make you sad.
Well,
Right.
yeah,
Exceptions.
but I don't think she's a serial killer.
That's true.
It's always the quiet ones.
But
You're not that quiet though. I do find people that are like really quiet suspicious, and I usually try and like ask them questions.
Oh, play.
I find that people who are extremely charismatic suspicious.
Thank you, I guess.
I don't think anyone's suspicious until they've proven that they are worthy of suspicion.
like scammy charismatic.
See, and I don't act
Yeah.
like that. Like I think that I'm suspicious of them, or I'll tell them that I think they're suspicious of them. I'm a little suspicious just to be funny, but yeah, I'm not like outwardly suspicious.
I've had that before where someone was suspicious of a truth I told, and so they kept digging into the truth, and I kept having answers, and I loved it because I don't know, they thought I was lying, and I was just like, okay, all right, we can keep going.
Let's entertain this.
Yeah, let's ask for more details. Like she was asking such specific things that I would just like pull it out of nowhere. It was fun.
Well, you're fascinating, obviously.
Just an info dump.
No, it's like they got suspicious. They thought I was lying. It was great.
Did they tell you that?
No,
did
but that's why would you dig so deep into a detail into an event and like ask questions around it and all that kind of stuff?
Understand it because it was something far
No.
out of your.
I'm a nerd.
I could think of a lot of things.
Case study.
Yeah. People ask me questions all the time. I love it. I mean, I love to answer questions, especially about myself, because I know the most about myself that
Right.
of any subject.
Me too.
I think that's so like you are suspicious of other people by asking them questions, sort of thing, is what I was trying to point at.
Well, I'm curious.
Right, curious or right.
Yeah,
so someone who's like that isn't charismatic in a way to sway people. It's the opposite, right?
Or they're thinking something that you don't know, and it's mysterious, and you could go both ways with that. You could say they're just being shy, or maybe they're have some sort of like ulterior motives for being quiet. They're thinking, plotting. You never know. Body language says a lot, though.
I hung out with Versavia. That was cool. She's
Oh, really?
awesome. Hmm.
Yeah, she came to Israel. I met her here.
Yeah, she told me. We
Right.
talked about who all we met and talk with. She's not very active in the community, but she's great. We had a lot in common, surprisingly, for being
Oh, nice.
yeah, just like so many intersections of similarities. She's also Russian speaking. She's also
Right.
in tech.
Yeah.
She's also Jewish. She's also like all these things.
Right.
Play last, double masculine play last, both of us. We hung out for 5 hours.
Nice.
Like
Nice.
nonstop info dom play last pinging. It was great.
Yeah, I tried to have an infodom conversation with her. It didn't work for some reason. I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, don't know. Yeah, so it was good. Very.
What did you guys talk about then?
Oh, work, design. It was very apparent though that she is friends over Flex.
Is she okay?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So every sentence she started with my friend this and my friend that, and they do this and they do that, and I'm just
That's
like,
weird
holy
being
shit.
play last and pink and telling random stories about people.
Absolutely, all the
Yeah.
time. And I'm just like, I didn't start a sentence about anyone other than myself and my family and my husband and my kid. Everyone else outside of
And
this small
I didn't.
circle was
Yeah,
my
right. I
friend.
didn't tell a story about anybody except for this and this and this. And my IP brain here is like, what?
What?
More than
Who?
one
Others?
people at the same
Yeah.
time?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right.
So it was interesting, and of course her SE at the top is just like, it was so cool to note her observations, whereas I was just a little bit more careful with others. She's clearly a observer, not paying attention to like other people. We were sitting at a cafe and I was just like mindful of everyone around me, and I was struggling to listen to her because I had like 10 other people to around me in the cafe that I couldn't help but pay attention to. So DE problems. But it was good.
Yeah.
I enjoy meeting other ops people. It's good to have a common language. And she gave me such an interesting perspective on masculine sensory, which I never had. Or like she tried to distinguish masc sensory versus feminine in a very
Yeah.
visual way, which was super helpful for me since you can talk at me all day, but unless I can see it, it
Do
doesn't
you want to share
matter.
it? Do you want to blast it out?
I don't know how. I guess I could draw it.
Yeah, I'm very interested in this.
Yeah. I can try. Okay. Well, let me just draw the thing first. So there's like, just, if this is here's a table, whatever. This is a couch. Okay. If this is a picture of a room, right? And that's a table and these are chairs and that's a couch and that's a door. And if this little circle is you, she's got an interesting theory that you, as the person, is with masculine sensory, you are the center of the axes, if these are axes. And as you make your way through the room, you are the center of the world, essentially, the physical world. And so understanding relationships between the corner of this chair or this table is going to be like you can inherently understand the relationship between you and physical items in the real world, whereas a femsensory person thinks of the entire layout of the room to be the center of the axis. And you just kind of work your way around objects or like as part of the big scene. And that's why that this was her visual essentially, and the difference that either you think of yourself to be the center of the physical sphere or you are part of the environment, making your way around it instead of in it. What do you guys think? I thought it was
That's
interesting.
very interesting. I think I
Oh, I
would
was muting.
due to the one where you're the center is more masculine, because I would say that I'm more like that as well. But also that is probably a consequence of the fact that I don't have that great a vision, and I could navigate, like, it's a spatial awareness more sense that, and a lot of it is periphery motion, but not detail oriented. Like, I don't bump into things a lot, but and I can walk around in the dark and things like that. I'm just aware on a different level. So yeah, I could see that makes perfect sense.
So there's a couple things I was processing there. The first thing was you're saying that you don't know if you can draw it, but then in like 2 seconds, the whole thing is, I don't know how you drew it so fast. And then the other thing is, how do you not see the world through your own eyes?
I imagine it would be like a capture, right? Like
the physical world is an obstacle that I'm working around, not something that I'm in control of.
So like conceptually then, not like really. Like, you know, you're the center of your experience.
I'm not though. I'm DI last. I'm never the center of my own experience.
So you
That's
don't
hard
know
to
it.
say.
Okay. All right.
Well, I think it's a little different. I am a part of a movie scene.
So you
Okay.
see yourself in third person.
I think so.
Well, that's
I
a good
could do that
summary.
too.
Yeah.
I can do that too, but I don't do that. That's not like my natural state. It's something it's more of a skill than a talent for me.
Right. Well, I mean, and that depends where we're all coming from, right? Either it's a natural skill or it's something you learn over time. Either way, one is inherent and one is learned.
Yeah, cool. Thanks for sharing, Anna. More stuff in the mental landscape to process.
Yeah, it was totally cool. I appreciated that it was visual. If somebody explained that to me without pictures, I'd be like lost.
But we did need the context on how you related to it, I think, to understand it.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
You did a really good job of that, like very quickly too. Like
Well, the drawing, yeah. What the hell was that? It was all, I don't know if I could draw this. Ding, 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 done.
Yeah, that's easy. You can ask me to draw anything. I'll give it to you in like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna draw Annie right now. I haven't actually drawn in a while.
What do you think about what Chris said here? Visuals can occupy any potential space, is my experience.
As opposed to not? I don't understand the inverse of that.
What's the opposite of a potential space?
Yeah.
What is it?
Like,
What does
what is
that
meant by that?
mean?
I mean,
maybe
like saying that we're the center of our experience, and he's saying no, visuals can be at any, it doesn't have to be in our own experience.
remote viewing or
Being
what?
experience is something though.
I can do that.
I mean, a potential space is like imagination, right? That's not an actual space. It's
Okay, sure.
maybe. I just don't know what he means by that.
Here, seeing through your current eyes. So,
Uh-huh.
So you can
Whose
see
eyes is it
Physical eyes,
anyways?
right? To
you can have visual through without your eyes.
yes, you can.
Touch.
Well, I mean, like visuals are ultimately in your mind, but I mean, the fact that you're processing visual at all comes from your own visual cortex and your own eyes.
I
Mhm.
think that's excessively materialistically
Like you
focused.
project them onto your visual cortex, on your visuals. So whatever you're doing, it's like a projection onto your visuals.
Yeah, but
So it's
not
still your
necessarily.
experience. Who's seeing that? Like you're the one seeing that.
Yeah,
Like no
it's
one
still
else is seeing that.
first person perspective, but your physical body doesn't have to necessarily be in the same space. Like think about when you're dreaming,
Yeah.
you're in a whole nother space and you're seeing things.
But you're seeing them.
Yeah, but you're not there, really.
Okay.
'Cause
Maybe I
physically-
am.
No, that's not true actually, Ben, because I often have dreams where I'm not looking through my own eyes.
Yeah,
Okay.
sometimes I'm other people too in my dreams.
I mean, you can also look at the TV and see something through a camera lens, like something else is recording it.
Yes,
It-
like I am
right.
watching myself and
And you can
other.
you can immerse yourself in another perspective, sure.
Hmm.
But like you're still aware that that's your experience and that you're the one perceiving things.
With that kind of sensual input, yes, but sometimes
Okay.
emotions, I think, like feeling other. Sometimes I feel like some of the emotions that I'm feeling are not mine.
Sounds kind of effy.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just realizing now I don't think I ever see myself in a dream. So I am sometimes other people. Like I could be a man in my dream, but I'm still the I. I'm
Right.
the I. But there's
The
never
world is
a
still centered
dream.
around you.
Yeah, there's never a dream where I'm looking at Annie walking around like
Really?
outside of myself. Yeah.
Oh.
I've had dreams where I was doing that, like, and my mom has had dreams where she was like driving a car and the passenger at the same time. It's like,
I mean, people do that when they're awake too. They've got the out of body sensation
Mhm.
where they can't experience it. They can only watch themselves experiencing something.
but it's more like a co-location thing because you're like looking at yourself, but you can. I think in some of my experiences that you can switch back and forth from one perspective to the other as well.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had that.
But another sensory thing. I don't know who read my current rant on the Facebook group. Just kidding. It was mostly around that I was helping my husband move like big heavy objects. And of course, that's a very appropriate moment to recognize masculine versus feminine sensory when you're moving big clunky objects because the approach is completely different. And especially since my husband is masculine as I last,
Right.
very particular, very stingy in particular around safety and around um, like how to maneuver things correctly in a way that I don't give a shit about. He thinks I'm a bulldozer. I'm a blaster, but I get things done to get them done, not to do them well.
So
With
my
T, I'm
partner
sure.
and he's like you then.
Yeah. So I have no interest in like, well, if you lift it to this angle and then hold it from here, it's going to be more efficient and effective. And
Did you
let's,
see the demon sensory though? Like where he's really weird about it?
yes, it's annoying.
Yeah, I do moving stuff for a living. I'm not too
Mhm.
particular. I probably say grab by opposite corners or don't use the straps, but that's about all I care. I don't really have anything after that. Maybe power zone. But I really don't care how particularly you move it, as long as you move it to the right spot.
Right, right. For me, it's like, well, I might as well just slowly drag it on the floor. Like if you do things slowly, it's
Yeah, that's
not
fine.
gonna like it's not efficient, but it'll get shit done, and I don't have to lift anything. So
Well, this is about how much effort per movement, so it could be efficient. I don't know.
yeah, it depends what it is. But at the end of the day, we got into this big fight, of course, over the idea that I'm not listening to his very, very intentional directions
So
on
who
how to
popped it?
lift. Yeah, so it was a whole thing. But we did it. I just find it condescending as heck. It's a pass on my judgment, or judging me, of course, right? Because when someone's like, "What were you thinking, doing it like that when you were supposed to like that?" And I'm like, "Oh Lord, stop
You,
demon sensory me. Like, let's just slowly
no,
figure this out."
for me, that's the fun part. Okay, if I do that, well, I did it because of this and that and that. And do you have a better way to do it? Now, watch them not have any idea at all, or they have a good
Oh,
idea and I steal it.
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, that's the fun part. I always do things the right way, and the right way is always my way.
right. This is EP shit.
It magically works out.
Yeah, I was just thinking about times when Russ and I have moved things. Like I've helped him put the cap back on his truck, the cover back thingy.
Yeah.
And he's pretty good because he does this kind of thing all the time, and he will give me the rundown of how we're going to do it in the most efficient way, and he'll give me a job. He'll say, all I need you to do is support this corner right here, and I'm going to pivot it this way, and it's just going to slide into place. And then
Okay.
the only thing that I have ever found myself that I need to remind him is just remember that I'm 5 feet tall, and that I'm only about 115 pounds, and so this object is two times your weight, but it's 3 times my weight. So, but he's actually really, I think we work well together in moving heavy
That's so
objects.
good. Good for you. My husband can't do that to me because I'm 5'7" and weigh as much as he does. So we're about the same, and I have no excuse.
Yeah, I think it's that Russ has an innate understanding of the physics of how things move without thinking about it too much. He knows, like, this is the balance
He's savior
point. Well,
sensory. Yeah.
yeah, we'll rest it here. Then we're gonna pivot it, and it'll just slide into place. So all I need you to do is support this corner or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. That's yeah. I think that's masculine savior sensory.
Benjamin, do you have that too?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Having it for as a savior but feminine probably means I'm not freaking out about it, but I'm also going to like wiggle through the whole process. So it's not rigid. There's no calculating of distances or weight or anything like that. I'm just like, well, if it's too heavy, I'll slide it, and if it's too clunky, then I'll just and see what happens.
You probably need to like visualize like how it moves versus like they like not they just like know, they like masculine savior sensory just know kinesthetically how the object will like go. And it's like if people like you and me, like we need to like see it. We need to like visualize it and imagine like, oh, okay, this is supposed to rotate like this, and then go.
Yeah.
It's like I need to like imagine the box. Now it is sliding on
You're
the truck. Okay. Cool.
Nico, I have to say you're breaking Annie's religion here.
Yeah, driving on stream. It's very dangerous.
Oh.
He's like, what? It's cool.
Sorry.
You have to respect the religion of Annie on my stream.
I really do. When I see people driving on stream, I always have the intrusive thought that I'm going to watch them die.
Is it?
Yeah, get
I'll get a text
That's
saying
a
who's over there.
that's totally a you say no.
I'll
yeah,
get
get the fuck out of here, Nico. Like, come back when you're not driving.
When I'm driving on
literally
stream, I've got
about
the
to
fear of
park
everyone
in
watching
my-
me get
in
pulled
my
over on
house.
stream.
Judgment.
Sorry,
Other
judgment
issues.
doesn't necessarily work on me. I got kicked out of my frat, and everybody
So-
was judging me there.
Oh no, we're not judging you. Sorry,
So
Yeah,
so
you're replacing Dave. Come on, you have to be able to take it.
so
I do.
All right,
I'm
okay.
so
saying,
Benjamin,
what?
if you get pulled over on stream, it's good content. I mean, you get to be part of the
Yeah,
solid
yeah.
citizen.
Yeah, it's great content. Yeah,
Yeah.
content that I don't want to have to pay.
Bing will get all the hits on his channel. Thanks.
Yeah, no.
Don't worry. Look, I'm trying to get content here. You know.
All right.
That's the main
I
goal.
agree. Let's do it.
Yes, go for content. You need to climb that tree behind you and jump off.
All right, go
Oh,
blow
shit.
something up, Nico. You need to blow something up and get caught by the FBI for content.
All right, I got you. Sorry, that might take me a little while, but right now I have a cat, and that should be able to fill
I
in
have a
some of the
cat.
blanks. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, okay.
No, he's one of them ENTPs. You know the ones you love.
Yeah, sure.
I'm talking
yeah,
to
one of those.
Taylor.
Yeah, one of those.
Right. How you doing, Jared? Did you finish that drawing you were starting last time?
Yeah. Actually, I did. It's not
We
going
don't
to show up, huh?
Nah.
Spotty.
Turn off your chroma key.
You have this a
It looks
cursed
cool though. Like you got a
background.
spaceship like flying next to you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just coming out of the ether.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's coming out of the background.
Yeah, that don't work.
You just
That's
you
really
What do you
manifested
call
it into existence.
What do you call it? Does it have a
It's
name?
quite beautiful.
It is okay. There's a museum that's doing an open call, and it's about the lake that I live by, the Utah Lake, and it's just talking about because it's had environmental effects and stuff, and that's what I came up with.
I like
So
your.
We'll see if
Nice.
it gets accepted to the display or whatever.
So
I
I
like
guess
how- I like how
you
every
get a
time you
bind,
have to,
maker's fee, or what? How does it work?
Say again.
So if you get accepted, you get a maker's fee, or just for exposure?
No, it's just at the museum across the lake. They've got this old lady donated her mansion, and they made it into an art museum, and so they're curating a thing about the lake, theming it on the lake, and then if you get accepted, you can go there. You can try to sell it. Exposure if you want, I guess.
Nice.
Jeffrey Epstein. Okay.
Did you see Anna's pen skills? She drew really fast. She could probably get that thing done way quicker than you.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
I did not see her.
That is offensive to a TI. Holy shit. Yeah.
What is?
Oh yeah, I bet she could get that done better than you. It's
Faster.
Not
no,
better, faster. Yeah.
faster or better.
I
It's
was watching it
now
on point.
now you've offended the TI.
No, not offended. He's doing good.
No, but I know you're
Yeah.
no, but I
No,
know
if-
the call outs.
if
if you want to
you-
fuck with somebody. Sorry.
Well,
go on.
if you ask Russ to draw that, he would get out a ruler and a drafting pencil and make marks and straight lines and put it all perfect like an architect, Takes him forever to do. Even send a text message. It just he complains about so many clients have so many questions. They keep texting me. I'm like, just let me manage all that. You cannot spend 10 minutes writing one text. Just spit it out.
That's
That
why
sounds
I
Does
horrendous.
it blast last?
It's much
Is
easier.
that blast last?
Yeah.
My dad's like that too.
I-
He's blast last.
I believe he is. Yeah, I mean, that's what I believe him to be.
What's going on, Anna?
Lord. Nothing. Just hearing about these blast last things really triggers me. I'm like itching to do, go all times. So,
I feel you. If I'm not
yeah.
going, then what am I doing?
What am I doing?
Exactly.
Who am I if I'm not running around doing shit?
So it seems like you're kind of seeing yourself as Blast, Hank.
Excellent. That's
Yeah.
what you said like 6 months ago, but we haven't finished typing me.
Right. So if you're ST and you're Blast, that would make you either an ISTJ or an ESTJ. And you're an observer, so you're an ISTJ.
CJ. Doubt it.
Interesting.
Side lead?
I guess I could be an OPICJ.
Yeah.
And I'm an MBTI ENTJ.
Annie's sister's an ISTJ, I think, too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I've been thinking about that more, how, you guys were typing her as play last, and like that manifests really different for her than it does for me. But I was thinking about all of her, she seems so much more extroverted, but I think it's just that she's doing so much.
Wait a minute. Who typed her? Because I'm also typing her.
Oh, shit. Oh, man, I can't keep it straight. I can't keep it straight.
Hopefully OP doesn't have a conflict with itself.
So wait,
Like
how
it
did
always
you
says.
know? How did you know she was my sister? You can't know that. Because it's just a video of some girl.
I'm a visual. I can see.
Oh,
Y'all are
shit.
related.
All right.
Hey,
Well,
sensei.
yeah, I still want to see what you guys come up with.
Annie have like an observer, like a mild observer freak out on stream like that before. Like typically you talk about like your observer freakouts, like, but they're in the past,
Yeah, already
Had this freak
processed.
out.
That was live.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's right, because I was
Insomniac.
thinking there's no way they're gonna know she's my sister, but I guess.
Are you kidding me?
Okay.
Y'all are like nearly twins. You can't
Okay.
unsee it.
Yeah.
And I was like, and vibes too. I was like, okay, vibes. Why does this woman talk like Annie?
Because she admires me so much.
Because she's your sister as well. Like that's
Yeah.
That may be. That might
Same
contribute
pattern
to
of
that.
speech.
Absolutely. And your mom too. It's uncanny. Genetics are pretty cool.
Annie the Uncanny? Is that
Yeah,
is
I've had
a
that.
nickname?
I've had that email address before. Annie Uncanny, sure.
Oh, nice,
We're
nice.
doing Nico.
Okay,
We are. My team is doing Isaiah.
Oh,
Your friend
like,
Isaiah.
Could you guys actually hear the audio?
I went back and listened to it again, and I thought, no, I can understand this. But didn't you submit two? You submitted one with somebody else, didn't you?
Both of them were me, and one of them was just Isaiah like talking about his stuff, and then the other one was like Isaiah and I wrestling.
No, maybe it was just my mood or something. But I went back and listened to it, and I was like, no, I can understand this. I don't know. I don't know why.
How's it going? Have you
we
narrowed
just
anything down?
no, we just started.
Oh, okay.
Guys.
What email?
It's my dad. Could you please type him? Visually type my dad.
Whatever you are.
You're the visual. I don't know. He's got like I don't know.
He's whatever you are. There you go.
Whatever I am.
Yeah.
He just looks like a dude. It's like
he looks like a dude.
A dude.
Yeah, just
that's
like a guy.
good. That's a start.
Yeah. Like Binyamin look like more than a dude. Like you look like a Santa Claus.
I'm convinced he's like Joaquin. He's a SETI. That's my guess.
I did see like a bit of the longer face.
I am wearing red today. I agree.
You got the beard. You got like the bushy beard. You gotta wait till you start graying out, and then you'll and you'll be a good Santa.
Yeah, I agree with Random Fan.
Prove it.
Yeah, prove it.
Prove it.
The letter things.
Especially with OP, with this, how many letters does it have? Like
All
128?
right. I'll prove it. I'll prove it. The letters, their pronouns are what do you call it? A G A Y.
Wait, so Hank, do you think you have masculine TE or feminine TE?
Freaking, I don't know what difference it makes. What's the difference?
Huh.
I think he's got masculine
No.
T.
No.
I think you're like SETE.
Yeah, he's a blaster though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe he's play blast. Yeah,
ENTJ.
that's a possibility.
Yes, yes,
Yeah, man.
yeah. TESENTJ.
No,
You're right.
Duh.
You're an observer.
You're not an
You're
EJ.
not a
You're not
Shan.
an
You are
EJ.
not a Shan.
Yeah.
And
You're
Anna's a Shan.
SETE, I think. Like something like that.
And
I'm literally
Anna's a
running
Shan.
this panel.
Destiny's a Shan.
Like that would fit. That's a possibility. I wouldn't throw that one out.
Which one?
SE here.
SETE.
Yeah, this one with play
Oh
blast.
yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
Because he does have blast above consume.
And I'd say probably
Oh, yeah.
sleep last. What do you think?
Yeah, sleep last.
probably.
Freaking
Probably
insomnia.
sleep
Yeah,
last.
he's infodom.
Yeah, infodom.
And it ain't play last, that's for sure.
I do see him like talking about himself like or at least he was in a good bit. I'm not sure like what state that was in.
Yeah, but it's not consume savior and it's not sleep savior.
It is not. No,
So
he's very extroverted. Oh my gosh, Mr. Panel Man.
But that's
yeah.
MF or FF, or maybe it's just because he's an observer, but that's not masculine DE.
Have you
so that
seen
like the other one is that one. So you could be SITE or SE. Yeah, I wouldn't throw either of those away.
Have you seen
So
like, his Hulk out?
ESFP? That's hilarious. That's cute.
No. Have you?
Why is that cute?
Hulk outs?
Oh, because the system using made to not tie me upside down, and that's literally what it does, and that's cute. You get too many freaking
sure.
variables to play with.
Sure, you're an IJ. Sure, you're organization first. Sure.
Here's the
Just
thing:
as I was
every
an
test
IJ
I
with
taken in the
organization
past
first.
decade makes me an IJ. I mean,
Every
because at least a J.
Every time that I
makes
looked
me-
at myself, I totally was an IJ.
I don't have much. I don't really have any. I know that.
Do you know what NE is?
What's the freaking point?
Do you know what NE is?
You just throw random crap at the wall.
At it.
Tell us a little bit about your schedule, Hank.
Yeah.
So
What's your daily routine?
so this is my Friday equivalent. So I have my weekend on tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and right now we're doing good at the warehouse, so we're starting late, so I get to sleep in. So today I had to punch in at 4:30. That's very late very late from 4:30 a.m. There was a time I had to punch in at like this time of year last year I punched it at like 2:30. So we got everything staffed, everything's running nice and well.
Can you give me less details?
Choice to make.
I already understand.
Let him talk.
Yes, you need me to let me talk so they actually type me. I mean, it's been like a year and they couldn't finish typing me. I pissed Dave off too with my video. No, sorry, I don't do super well with the interview format. because
Yeah, no, you're good. Keep going, Hank. Tell us about your schedule, your daily schedule, how it works.
yeah.
No, you're not good.
So
There are
how
too many
about so have the task list. I need to finish task list. I usually do the thing. The thing is, since I skip really early in the morning, the day before and the next day kind of blend into each other. So usually in that transition state, I say try to get the things set up and wrapped up for the next day. I don't really have any paperwork to push other than that survey. What else? Should do a password change. What else? It's just a typical day, but I don't really have much of a typical day. I think during the weekends I do a lot of trailer loading. But yeah, it's pretty much I don't have a typical day. I have a typical week. So
Right.
Where should I start?
just a typical week. Okay.
Yeah. So pretty much Friday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm usually pretty much punch in, do the prime, and then I do this normal exercise, and usually I end up
Know what
loading
yoga
the low
looks
side,
like.
or I
Shut
do
up,
break the
Ad.
slide, or sometimes on the van line. Saturday and Sunday, I'm usually loading the trailers. That's really staffed.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like it could be SI. What do you guys think? I don't have SI. What do you think, Anna?
Not enough info.
You're missing something? What are you missing?
You're not.
Give her permission to guess, then she can do it.
You have
Damn
permission
it.
to guess. Permission granted. I have my coffee. You can
Not
guess.
Not SD.
Yeah, demon intuition. Well, actually, that's a good cross check. Hank, do you feel like you struggle to conclude? I shouldn't say conclude. Struggle to
Judge?
like make guesses.
I
Take
do
a
not
stab.
struggle to make guesses. That's my actually good at.
He's amazing. Hank does everything. You should already know that before asking.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
then this is like the
Yeah.
magical unicorn
That's right. Yeah.
type
So,
with emojis.
but what I can see though is he is Savior Sensory for sure. Last time I'm actually a little bit unhappy with Hank this time because usually before he starts doing definitions, he gives the definition of definition.
Uh-huh.
But this time he didn't do it. So
I did it to troll you.
Wait, you
Well,
give the
what is that
definition of
mask sensory
definitions?
then?
yeah, and this time he didn't do it. So I'm a little bit, vexed, Hank.
Yeah,
I
he
thought
doesn't-
more highly of you.
That's too
Yeah,
bad.
yeah. He doesn't know what the definition of definition now. So
I didn't know. So like,
all
how am I
going
supposed
right.
to, relate to the rest of your slides?
Exactly.
You didn't
How is
complain
he
about
supposed
the
to-
first hour.
How is he supposed to make any
You wrote
connection?
those clips. You didn't
to-
complain about the first hour. We knew what
Okay.
we were talking about the first hour.
How is
Okay,
Binyamin?
so here,
Can I-
this was a good slide, I think, to look at sensory because he had an actual list here. Here,
you know,
so like, are these NI categories? No.
As if
How
you know,
can,
Maybe.
as if you could use it in like categories.
how can
So like, this I know he's blast because this is like at the very beginning of his slides. Like we don't even know the info yet. What are you telling us what the purpose of it is? But so this is blast. Blast is
Yeah,
starting from the
blast.
purpose. Yeah.
Notice their bullet
If
points.
I don't know the purpose, why the hell would I stay through the rest of the presentation?
Yep.
Right.
I have an important.
It's very practical purpose.
First data later.
I have
I
an
mean,
important SI to talk about.
Go for it.
I've done government school. They
Okay.
wasted so like years of my time with stuff that was useless. So, and I don't want to do
Yeah.
that.
So I just want to say this before I forget that the time in Israel changes on March 28th, but in America it changes next Sunday, which is your birthday, I think. Just so you know.
Whose birthday?
Right.
And I don't
Nobody.
think it really
Well,
matters.
you,
Like,
sorry, Ken, you responded. That's how
but
know
I
it's
just
yours.
thought you would want to be aware of that.
Thank you. Yes, that is important to be aware of, actually, especially for what's it called? My groups. My team one.
Yeah, right.
Right, because we're all coordinating off of American time.
Would you like for your birthday, Vid?
How about some
no
super
birthday.
chats?
My birthday already happened.
How about you send some super
You missed
chats?
A year ago? Yeah, Vid did. Yeah, Vid it happened.
Well, my Hebrew birthday was actually last week. There you
at
go.
least 40 times. Was it?
Yeah,
What?
it's
Right.
it's not actually his birthday. I just said that to troll him.
Yeah.
Aw.
Wait, you have a Hebrew birthday, or are you trolling us?
I mean, you have a birthday in each calendar. You have a Hebrew birthday.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah,
And you have a D-Date birthday too. You guys have a different calendar.
I prefer my pagan birthday.
What do you like have to like
It's Gregorian.
do you have to like sacrifice a goat to get like presents?
Yeah, and you have to listen to weird Viking music.
While
and
taking
you put
5
on
grams
horns on your head, and you go out
mushrooms
into the back
in the
and
woods?
burn stuff. So that's how I
Oh, okay.
celebrate. Anyway, I mean, you can do it your own way.
Do you guys use death whistles?
Use what?
Death whistles?
I that sounds intriguing. I don't know what that is though.
Aztec death whistle? How about that?
Is it a whistle that kills you? What does it do?
I haven't heard of that before.
It sounds like
Pretty crazy.
it sounds like death. It sounds like a screaming woman.
Oh, it's like a Nazgul.
Or like wailing ghosts. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be unpleasant. I don't
Scares the-
think I will
scares the-
incorporate that into my
It
practice.
scares the absolute Hebrew people.
Is that how they brought down the walls of Jericho?
yeah.
I never heard of a Nazgul, but I heard of a Nazgul.
What is this persona that we're meeting, J-Rad?
Yeah. You got your history wrong.
Huh? What
This is
persona?
Aztec
What? Huh?
all along.
Happy birthday, random
cool.
fan.
In 9 days.
9 days.
Nice. Happy birthday.
Would you like a spoon?
If you're over 25, I don't wish you happy birthday. It's against my religion.
That's a rule. Nice.
Yeah, you're old enough to not get birthday wishes if you're over 25 or 30.
But does that mean that they can't have a happy birthday?
They can, but I'm not going to wish it for them.
They won't.
That's their responsibility now. If you're a child of mine and you're related to me, then I'll wish you happy birthday. But if you're not,
Well, you can't have that. You can't have that kind of bias.
Why
You
not?
can't have that kind of bias. No, you can't. There's just got to be a rule.
Oh, I bias, baby. I bias.
Who's gonna enforce that
Organize
rule?
some chores.
Are you gonna enforce it, Nico?
Do you organize drawers, Hank?
Yeah. Do
Oh
you
no,
organize drawers?
no, I don't. In fact, I subverted the drawer thing. So I actually have a clean clothes hamper and a dirty clothes hamper, and I guess I rotate through that. So I actually subvert the drawers. The drawers are now long-term storage.
Then,
You're
like,
more
do
lazy
your
than I am.
your clothes get very wrinkly like that?
It doesn't really matter.
As a
I
guy
work in a
who's just
warehouse.
like
I'm the
that,
best
yes.
dressed in the warehouse, so it doesn't really matter if it's wrinkled or not.
Do you
But
use
you
your
could be the better. You could be a better dresser if your clothes weren't wrinkled. You just be better.
Well, why do I need to be better than this?
Because
Do
you
you-
always got to go up. You got to go up.
Who's gonna
You gotta
make
ascend.
me?
Us on the stream. Yeah. We gotta watch you. We gotta watch you organize. I wanna see a live Hank organize.
I agree. Hank is a good dresser. I think you're very snazzy. You're one of the best dressers on the Panelverse.
You are
Damn
definitely
right.
one
Oh,
of the best,
yeah, there you
but
go.
you can be better. You can be better.
Yeah, so could you.
Says the guy. Yeah, exactly.
I could. I won't, but
Okay.
I think you're more motivated. You know,
What's in it for me?
you've already gotten started by
Yeah, what's
dressing
it-
good, so
what's
it's
in it for
easier for
me?
you to dress better.
Yeah, it is. But
the
what's
fact
in it
that
for me?
the fact that like I could comment on your better dress.
What,
No,
what
Hank's
else?
good
What
enough.
else do I get?
You know who can dress better? J-Rad. He's wearing the same time beanies and shirts. There you go.
I'm sponsored by Adidas today, so
There you go.
No one is more
Are you gonna,
bothered
like-
by fashion
Sometimes he
than I
wears
am.
his outdoor work clothes.
What does he do outdoors? Does he paint?
I don't know. He's got a good hat though against the sun. I like that one.
yeah, man, I do yard work, baby. Actually, I need to go out and trim my the vegetation that is overwintered. It's all dead. I need to cut it down before the bulbs come up.
Does
I
the
got
yard
crocus.
ever work you?
Daffodils, tulips.
Yep, I got those too.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite things to see the flowers come up and the birds return.
Yep. Spring,
bet.
change of the seasons.
Yeah, I like the tornadoes,
You like tornado season?
especially whenever they hit a small town.
Wow.
Yeah, I think you should take the devil name, Nico.
The devil?
Yeah. Some people that could be very FE demon saying that to people who might have got hit by tornadoes.
Well, I
Oh.
always get sad.
Let's
at-
put it
There's lots of
Dodge!
Americans here.
Now we'll make
Dodge!
now we
I
need
don't
to
like
make
it
a
when they
poll.
die.
Who's the most devilish of the panel? And I think Nico will win.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't
But
agree.
think
he's
they will.
ENTP, and the devil's ENTP most of the time. So
Yeah, and
Yeah.
you do have that mustache. Oh, you have it. Yeah. The devil
What, the
always has
SI
a.
mustache?
I think yeah, the archetype of the devil is an an NETI or an NEFI, one of the two, because he's always trying to get people to sign contracts.
Yeah,
He's
the
trying to
trickster, man.
label them.
Yep.
He's always trying to get you by the fine print.
Yeah, the fine print. There you go.
Trickster of fine print right there.
Or the ambiguity of his promises.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, no, that's a pretty good catch. Pretty good. Should I start wearing like a formal suit and like starting to like do my hair?
No,
No,
but
you
you
should
should,
wear some
you should,
horns, like
calling me the
Johnny
devil,
you should
then I'll be,
you should stop joking about natural disasters that hurt and kill people and joking about them. Yeah.
okay.
I'll put a fund together. If you will wear a silk red vest, it'll really go real well with that collared shirt you're wearing right now.
If I that actually that I'm visualizing.
You're
it,
liking
that
it?
would,
Oh, and it has to have the any pattern on it, some kind of
like some sort of like jagged like little.
yeah. I was thinking of
symbol.
yeah, something like that. That'd
Yeah.
be your look, man.
or a lab coat.
Like some
That always
type of, like-
works.
I
That's
do
cheap.
have those. I do have a lab coat. Yeah, I do.
Those are cheap. So
Devilish. Unless if you call scientists devilish.
well, we have a lot of conspirators on the panel with us, so of course.
According to Ben, like I know climate scientists would probably be like devilish.
Climate
'Cause they're-
scientists?
They stare at
Yeah.
clouds.
No, they're not devilish. They're just wrong.
Yeah, but that would be
Why are
that'd
they
be
wrong?
devilish.
What's up with that?
What? Climate scientists? Why are they wrong?
Yeah, well, I've read a couple of books about it. I'm just curious why.
There's no physics backing the climate change. That's
Huh?
why they're wrong.
no physics backing
No
climate
physics?
change, like the claims of climate change.
Right. And then the other thing
No,
is it's the swings are perfectly within expected swing values.
Like
So
the,
like
the make what's that guy's name? The Maitland-Vinch
The only
cycle?
value here's the thing.
Right.
Here's the thing. That's something that I will.
we're also coming out of a very cold era. Only 3 million years ago we had the last major ice age.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we're 1 second, Nico, you asked. So
Sorry.
so the period of the ice age is like 100 million years, like the major one. So only 3 million years out of 100 million years, like we're 3% of the heat that we're going to get to, right? So like the world is going to get hotter. And so the problem is, okay, is it supposed to be getting hotter this quickly? And that's really what the question is.
Okay.
But it could, like there could be a like a spike in the climate data, and we could just be living in that spike. it could be a 20-year spike, that we're increasing really fast, and we might just go right back down.
What
So
about
it's like
with oh, sorry.
Right.
What about with the sunspots and that kind of stuff? That could also affect it, right?
Yeah, and then that's not right. So then, if there is climate change, is there man-made climate change? That's the question.
Yeah, it's sort of like
Right.
no. I've been on both sides of this argument. Like I used to go with the flow of the climate phase. Then I've read a couple books that were against it. So now I'm like,
Right. Well, I mean, just the data as well. Like the entire claim for the mechanics of how climate change works doesn't make sense. They're saying that the carbon is absorbing heat, right? That's basically their claim. Carbon dioxide is absorbing heat. So I look at the carbon dioxide heat absorption spectrum, like the infrared spectrum of carbon dioxide, and you see that it absorbs certain peaks, right? But it's very small in the whole range of data. It's like little peaks that it's absorbing. So CO2, and like each greenhouse gas is going to have that. So really, what the problem is like CO2 is very inert. It's not dangerous at all. It's a very inert chemical. Oxygen is the most dangerous chemical in air. Oxygen is very radical.
yeah, it's very unstable, right?
Very, very unstable, and oxidizes things. It almost destroyed the earth. So carbon dioxide is very harmless in the spectrum, in everything.
There we go.
But so here's the thing: if other greenhouse gases were present and absorbing some of that spectrum, the problem is we're not burning them enough, right? If we're creating those greenhouse gases, we need to burn them until they become carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is very inert, and it doesn't really do much, and it's good for plants. Like it's good for the earth.
Yeah, it's good for plants. So like the concept of it being like a blanket, where it, like those gases like trap the planet and it like builds up the heat. So that you're saying that's not accurate because the carbon dioxide doesn't absorb.
So carbon dioxide is not going to do it. If you look at the infrared spectrum of carbon dioxide, there's only 2 peaks, and you can saturate those peaks really quickly, right? So the parts per million, and it doesn't really, so it's not going to block the sun. So the physical process isn't going to happen with carbon dioxide. The argument is it's these other greenhouse gases. Well, why are there other greenhouse gases? Just burn them. Like burn them so they become carbon dioxide. That's what we want in our atmosphere. That's healthy.
Okay.
Right.
No.
So sometimes like the solution is opposite of what you think. In my life, I've experienced this many times. Like, oh, I think that I should nail this hammer on the head, but it's actually the opposite of what you.
So we're going on Nico's nerves right here. He thinks I might be saying something wrong. Let's take a look. Am I wrong that carbon dioxide is inert? Am I wrong that oxygen is the most dangerous chemical in air?
Man, you're even laughing like the devil.
Yeah, he is, and he's wearing a lab coat. He's trying to get us to do a bargain here.
Right here, dude. Okay.
I don't think you're evil, though. I think you're just wrong. That's all.
Benjamin, you just have to sign your name in the chat, and then the contract is that sends the contract, and it's.
The thing is, I really love the idea of climate change because it's going to like motivate us to save our planet. Like, I think that's an important thing, to not pollute and not destroy the earth. I just think it's dishonest because it's wrong. But like, I like the fact that we need to protect our earth. That's good. That's right.
What I don't like is about the like over exaggeration and then like the pure panic, and people just
the panic is stupid.
Yeah, I think it's way. If it is happening, I think the panic is like way inaccurate for what the problem is.
But here's the thing. What you did say about the Milankovitch cycles and all of that is true. That is ST true, that we're still within the heat values of those cycles. We're not getting out of we're not going above the maximum heat possible that a cycle would have.
Even if we did, there's always going to be exceptions, right? Like there's always spikes and curves.
Well, yes, but what you did touch on this, but you said
this is a PG channel. What is he doing to the poor octopus?
Brandon already left.
Trying to climb on top of it to escape the box.
Okay, all right.
Oh, okay.
His eyes day before yesterday.
Nice.
Cute.
Oh, he's too young. All right.
Yes, he's so
I
young.
And suddenly I want a dog now.
Well, don't show it to our Cheyenne friends. It's about the right age.
suddenly I don't want things to be hit by tornadoes anymore.
Nice. He's got a heart.
Shit. My heart grew 3 sizes today.
Yeah.
Yeah, his mama abandoned him, so I am his mama now.
Oh, shit.
It's a lot.
I like how Binyamin and I fight to do the same thing. Then we negate each other's actions.
Yeah. I need to let you do stuff. You know how to do it. And then I'm used to being the ST.
I don't know. I think it's funny. We should just keep reaching to do stuff.
Yeah, it's like when you walk in, you walk into the same place and you keep trying to avoid each other in the same. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think Monday when we rotated people, the new guy on the line, Matt, we pretty much we fought to do the same truck, so we just both kind of time shared it because we didn't have that much volume.
I was on a tangent about climate science.
Yeah. Go for it, Nico. I was going to bring it back to you.
So what do you might call it? There are peaks, there are spikes, peaks, and ebbs in everything of data, right? There are always exceptions. The thing is, and that you touch on this, is the rate of warming, and the fact that that humans are not used to those kinds of temperatures because humans were raised and evolved in a climate period that was necessarily colder. And
good thing we invented air conditioning, right?
Well, the thing is that air conditioning, the more and more the globe does heat up, the harder and harder people are going to try to use air conditioning,
right?
And try to cool down their homes, which is good and all. The one issue is that can really stress out a power grid and make prices, economics, and everything for energy increase a lot. Demand's going to increase. It's going to it could outpace supply. And
also information at this stage, information also costs energy, and all of the processing that's happening is only going to go up. Yeah. So energy needs are going to go up. I entirely agree and guarantee.
We better keep digging then, so we can borrow some water.
And electronics will work less well in hotter climate. Just saying. We're gonna have to change our electronics.
A lot of things will behave a lot shittier than in cold climates.
I mean, if you want to make a lot of money, I would invest in like northern Canada, and because like in about 50 million years, it'll be very, very nice land.
You're putting a lot of stress onto ecosystems and environments and people. You're putting a lot of stress on the earth by having the globe warm up to such a degree. With the amount of greenhouse gases that humans have pumped into the environment, yes, a lot of it is human caused. It's
so where did all the carbon come from, by the way? Why do we have even hydrocarbons? Where does that come from? What's the source of hydrocarbons?
Ben, I know you know this, and I know to try and make a point with this, but
yeah, I am. Yeah, so where do hydrocarbons even come from?
Wait,
so what happens
is it from organic material, right? Because we're carbon-based
material,
right?
Right.
Yes, organic material buried deep within our crust, within sedimentary rock, stemming from millions of years ago.
Okay, where did it come from then? Keep going.
Their carbon got trapped in the rock.
Okay, but where did it come from?
They came from creatures in a very
Okay, so creatures. And where did the creatures get it from?
The sun.
Yes, the sun. Yes.
No, where did the creatures get it from, Nico? Keep going.
So plants and creatures.
Plants. Okay, where did the plants get it from, Nico?
Oh my god.
The atmosphere? Could it be from the atmosphere?
Yes, they
I don't know.
sequester
Wow.
nitrogen and carbon
Wait,
dioxide.
did all of the carbon exist as carbon dioxide in the atmosphere at the beginning before there was life? That's
Oh my
crazy.
God.
Wow. That's just
No,
crazy.
no,
You're
it must
doing
be
the
the-
same.
You
you're
mean
doing the
all
same
of the
thing
carbon,
that my
all of
friend
the
Isaiah
carbon can
does
become
to
carbon
me whenever-
dioxide and we'd be okay? Yeah. All right.
that can't be right. They must have had a lot of sodas.
I think maybe we're even more healthy because when in times where carbon dioxide was higher, we had huge plants, dinosaurs, creatures grew to huge sizes.
Well, the
Carbon
carbonate
dioxide is
soda
such a
so it's
great
bad.
inert gas that's good for life. Crazy.
No, it's bad because we use the carbonate sodas, and sodas are unhealthy.
Sure. Other than that,
Okay.
though,
Carbon monoxide, however, not very good for people.
right? Because it's not burned enough.
So we burn carbon monoxide, it turns into
That's
carbon
right.
Carbon
dioxide.
monoxide to get carbon dioxide.
That's right.
Okay, so
All you have to
here's
do
the
is burn
thing.
all of this stuff up to, and then you have no greenhouse gases. All you have is beautiful carbon dioxide. You burn it to the very end, and all you get is beautiful carbon dioxide. This wonderful magical chemical that creates life.
Let me do Jim Bob. If carbon
Oh
dioxide
my
creates
God.
life, why
Oxygen
can't
is
we
the
breathe
toxin,
it?
by the way. Just so you know, oxygen is the toxin. We almost destroyed the earth with oxygen. Life did, yeah. That's why you
Can
needed
we
animals.
genetically engineer ourselves to breathe
but we
carbon
use-
dioxide instead of oxygen?
Is it possible for me to make a carbon dioxide bomb then?
There is not
No.
enough carbon
No, you
dioxide.
can't.
I want
in
to.
the
No, I
It's
atmosphere
impossible.
to support us like that. There's not enough. There's way more oxygen in the atmosphere than there is carbon dioxide.
No, there isn't.
Okay, so yes, there-
No,
Oh,
Benjamin's
yeah.
actually right.
brother.
Let's see. I
Okay.
think you might be right. Air composition.
Yes, it is. We're still in parts per
Wait,
million.
nitrogen. I forgot
carbon
nitrogen.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So plants.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
You're right.
Okay,
So,
right.
plants-
yeah, 20% oxygen, and
Only-
so carbon dioxide. If all of the carbon dioxide were to burn and go into the atmosphere, you might get to 1% carbon dioxide,
I
which is a harmless gas.
I wish you wouldn't. I wish you wouldn't cut me off.
Sorry,
I really,
go
really
ahead.
wish
Go for it. I'll shut up. You're right.
you should explain my point. You cut me off and then just derail it and go on a big old tangent where I can't actually explain myself, and I'm over here just face palming because everything
Okay, sorry,
you
man.
said.
Go for it.
Okay, here's the thing. Everything that you said, or nearly everything, 90%, was factually true. Yes, there is a lot of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. That carbon dioxide was sequestered, produced. It was stored in creatures just like us and plants just like us that roamed the earth in high abundance back in serious prehistoric times millions ago. Yes. So those creatures die, their carbon is stored within the earth, and it's not stored as carbon dioxide, it's stored as carbon. We know this. So
Hydrocarbons, yeah.
it's carbon and hydrocarbons, coal, or,
Bitumen.
yeah,
No,
bitumen.
usually bitumen. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, either way it goes, it's stored as that stuff. So the earth has time to adjust, and it cools down over a span of millions of years. Slowly cools, and what happens is because there's less carbon dioxide in circling. So you have ice ages, we have cold periods. That's where humans came out. That's where we're roaming.
If
So
we
what
burned
happened
all the
during
carbon
the
dioxide, what
industrial-
percentage would there be?
So I don't know. I don't know that percentage off the top of my head.
No,
But
that's an interesting
what
question.
I'd say is that here's the thing. Whenever humans started dredging out the hydrocarbons, bitumen, to burn coal, burn fuel, right? They're burning it. They're converting it into carbon dioxide. which, yes, that is true. It's inert. Yes, that is true. A lot of life did exist when there was a lot of carbon dioxide around. Yes, that is true. And yes, it is also a greenhouse gas. It does warm the planet because what it does is it, I believe, the reflections of light, of like UV light and etc. in the Oh, yes, that's what it does. Whenever light from the sun hits the ground, the ground heats up and it releases infrared.
That's
That
right.
infrared light bounces up and hits the carbon dioxide layer, which is then scattered and heated, and it heats up more. It heats up.
Okay, so you're incorrect there.
So
Let me look this
that
up.
is how.
Exactly.
it
That's
heats
the narrative,
more
and
than-
that's wrong. It's wrong. So absorption. Look at the absorption. IR absorption spectrum of CO2.
Okay, sure. Send that my way.
No, I'll put it here as
It
an
is-
image. So
it
you're
is
absolutely wrong
true.
here.
Oh my god. It is true that carbon dioxide is a greenhouse gas. I may be off on the mechanism. I may be off on the fact that it, doesn't absorb that kind of light, but it does heat within our atmosphere. That's what it does. And actually, there's a study where the stratosphere is getting colder, but the troposphere is warmer as the carbon dioxide levels increase in the atmosphere.
Here, you see this? So there's two peaks. Okay, this is the infrared spectrum, and there's two peaks where it absorbs. All of this light is getting out. Okay, now this reaches saturation at some point. This could actually go up pretty high. It'll reach some kind of saturation, but the percentage of carbon dioxide in the air, like you said, is so small. The increase of a little bit of it doesn't change this much. Like this is still getting absorbed. This is still getting absorbed randomly, but it's still getting absorbed. All of this is getting through. All of this is getting through.
Well,
So
here's the thing. The question is then what type of infrared light would be released by the things that it hits?
smooth curve, a black body radiation curve, a black body radiation curve.
Okay.
So you would see two peaks being cut out of the black body radiation curve.
Okay. Well, either way it goes, it is absorbing something. But here's
It's
the thing.
absorbing something very small.
There has been measurement. This is
The
something
science
that
is
I
wrong,
know
is what I'm saying. The physics is wrong.
But I know is true, where there has
How do you
been
know it?
measurements.
How do you know it?
That dude. Okay.
Because I checked 10 years ago when people started saying this narrative, and I looked and I was like, this is wrong. This is bullshit. I have a video on my channel about it.
Okay, so look, you're getting me on facts and data, and it's obvious that I don't have the facts and data. Like I don't.
Right? Do you still believe the narrative?
amount.
You're still pushing the narrative.
Well, the one data point that I do know, or that I do remember, is that there was an inversion of heating versus the stratosphere, and that was caused by the increase of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases.
Right.
But here's
so
the thing.
I like a more
Either way-
likely candidate. I'll tell you what a more likely candidate is for the reason why the Earth is getting hot. There's two more likely candidates. One of them is we're burning a lot of fossil fuels, and the burning itself is creating heat. Right. Anytime we need energy, we need to create heat. So that could be increasing the heat of the Earth. The other cause that the Earth might be increasing in heat is built structures, because built structures absorb the sun much more efficiently. They store it for longer. So like forests would be a lot cooler for the Earth, and cities would be a lot warmer.
Either way it goes, I'm gonna need to. In order
Yeah,
for
like,
me to,
asphalt absorbs a lot more heat than snow.
Right.
For me to have a good standing point here, I'm gonna need to do just a vast amount of research, because obviously
That's what I did. That's what I'm saying.
You are, and I have, but you're dragging things to your turf, the ST, which I do not really remember in. I'm not that.
Well, I know, but that's the
memorable.
problem. Like you can get these intuitions that the Earth is going to explode in 10 years, and like you don't need ST to prove
No.
that, right?
You should look up the Thunderbolts project. They have it's the Electric Universe, and there's a lot of good info there that's on both sides.
Oh, okay.
So, okay. Either way, the Earth is warming, and the spike in warming is correlated and to the advent of the Industrial Revolution.
You know the big scare
Whatever-
before the ice was the Earth was warming. You know what the big scare was?
It was global cooling.
Aerosols.
Yeah,
Aerosol
global
cooling.
cooling. Right,
Or
global
something.
cooling. So I
In
mean,
fact,
it makes
right
sense. Let me
now-
put it this way: it makes sense that after a hard cooling spike, we would get a hard warming spike. To me, that makes sense. And I just want to
So-
wait like 10 years and see how things play out. Because like if it does keep going up at this rate, then that's not normal. But right now, it seems very normal. Like we had a huge cooling period, and now we've got a huge warming period to counterbalance it.
Here's the thing.
I've
Back
heard
in,
this- oh,
ever
sorry.
since like the advent of the Industrial Revolution, like 1800s, the Earth has been warming at a significant degree. True. This is
Okay,
like
let's look at the data.
actually.
That's when
this
you get
is-
into the argument about the hockey stick
Yeah.
data thing and how it's being manipulated or whatever. So
Yeah, I haven't looked at the actual data in a while.
So-
I'll take a look at this again.
so-
here. Bring it back up.
What happens is that of course it does stay within the curves of the Milankovitch cycle, and yes, the carbon dioxide, the carbon has always been there. Everything has always been there, right? But the thing is that shit is warming, and it's warming at a rate that organisms, life, and a bunch of other biomes cannot
Yeah.
adapt to, because
agree.
adaptation takes tens of thousands of years to really happen, especially to changes at this rate. So that's the big concern with this kind of thing with climate, is that it's warming too fast. We're getting back to pre-ice age levels too fast. It's too fast to the point where it's
but
starting
that's
to make
supposing that life can adapt,
go
though.
extinct.
Right. So the mechanism of that too fast, I know, is not carbon dioxide. There might be I know it's getting hotter. It's expected to get hotter for another 100 million years. We're going to get hotter. So we're still at a very, very cold point. And you're right, like an extreme shock to the system, an extreme warming all at once does shock the system, right? And you do expect certain biomes to be changed and have to evolve. Like that's what life does.
And that's my point. That's my point. That's my crux, because like the carbon dioxide tangent, sure, okay, that's one of the
Okay.
causes.
Can you see
right?
this?
The thing is, yeah, you can see just how much it spikes. And
Right. So
that's
like
a-
this is
that's a
400
problem.
years. No, okay. So this is 400 years. This is the Industrial Revolution. Okay. And this is 0 years. So it's spiked like right here, right? This is what we saw. Okay. But like this is just 400 years. So if you increase it to 2000 years, okay, yeah, it has gone. There was a big cooling, right? And so you would expect a big heating right after that big cooling, right? And it was ramping up. There was a little bit of a heating, a little bit more, and then a big fluctuation. Like this makes sense. This is just a wave. I don't know where it's going to go from. Like obviously data has been increasing since here. I have it at 2004. I made the video a while ago, but we can get more data afterwards to see how the actual curve looks. And then so here, this is longer. This is 10,000 years. Okay. So you see that like, okay, we are actually pretty cold for 10,000 years. There's been way bigger fluctuations going on. We're actually like super stable here. And then this is in 1,000 years. Okay. Yeah. The next slide is basically what I wanted to show. Here. This is in millions of years. So we're down here. Like, okay, we didn't get as cold as back here. And this one kind of skipped its ice age. It stayed hot. And we had dinosaurs and a lot of thriving stuff. So this is where we are, 3 million years. And so, yeah, it's this, you can't see the spike. Like the spike, you can't even measure it here, is what I'm saying. And like, how do we know all of this data? We don't know any of these spikes. All we have is averages from all of these years, right? This is just an estimation of averages based on the sedimentary layers. So, yeah, to me, it doesn't look concerning, any cause for worry yet. And like, we've got a lot to go before the Earth explodes and gets destroyed.
So,
Anyways, that's my
well,
feel.
yeah, the Earth isn't like going to explode or get destroyed. The thing is that like, again, like it's the main concern again is the shock to the system. You know, that a lot of things, you know, are going and have gone extinct already. You know,
things are going to go extinct, and new life is going to find the new niche. Yeah,
the
you're
other
going to get new
concern
evolution,
humans,
new niches.
The other concern is that humans have just this. They aren't used to this spike. They aren't used to those hot temperatures.
Yeah,
we didn't evolve for that. You know, we have air conditioning, yeah. So
what I was arguing is the cause is not mankind. Like, we're not the cause of this.
Either A, find a way to fix it, or B, find a way to improve our energy structure, like our energy and stuff, to make certain safe zones and stuff for people who are dealing with the effects of the changing world. You know, there's a lot more flooding, there's a lot more wildfires, there's just,
is there,
you know, we're hitting.
Is there? Wait a second.
Yeah.
You're saying sensory. Have you checked the sensory?
Yeah, like our data for sensory is not that long ago. I mean,
as well, also.
And like it can be skewed, like you're saying, like the asphalt absorbs more heat. Like the measurements that we are taking are probably skewed a little bit because of all the man-made structures.
Right. Nico, I mean, you fully admitted that you're not ready for this argument. I would like to have this discussion with you when you are more fleshed out on the information. And I would reference you to my video on my channel because it's really good.
I heard something really cool on the radio over the weekend. There was this guy, he's an orthodontic surgeon, and he just got this idea and then he invented it and implemented it. So he's doing this at Dallas Fort Worth Airport. He's got a wind turbines in boxes, and when the jet takes off, it moves the turbine and generates electricity, and then they're using the electricity so you can charge your devices in the airport. And then also they're using it, the employees are using it to charge their electric vehicles.
Sweet. That sounds cool.
So that's,
I love that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, they could do that at all the airports and like, you know, just have a little bit of free electricity, you know, every little bit counts.
Harnessing jet farts.
Yeah, recycle that wasted energy.
Yeah.
Well, that just shows you how powerful narratives are. Like the narrative gets built and it's like, this is how it is. And it's keeps on going and it can't be stopped until finally enough people drag it down with the facts,
data.
Yeah.
Or funerals.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we also have the narrative that recycling is a thing when really there's this like black market trade of trash.
Yeah.
And
lots of it
things aren't really being recycled.
When I first got here, there was no recycling at all. There was nothing. And I was like, what the hell? Like, does the whole country just not recycle? And then I took a visit to like their trash plants. It's like, no, it's all just automatic. We use magnets to get the metal out. We float up the plastic. It's all automatic. So like, why would we make people recycle?
Yeah, because they're not going to do it right. People never sort things properly.
Right. So I was just like, oh, that's cool. That's why they don't recycle here.
Is it just to make you feel like I've heard this argument that it's to make you feel good that you're doing something, but it's really just the corporations are are
Yeah,
promoting
benefiting from
this,
it.
but it's like to obfuscate their use of chemicals and all the bad stuff they do. They're like, oh, we do this recycling too.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
like,
it's
oh,
just
play your
greenwashing so
part
that
while they proceed to fuck us over.
it's just so that you keep buying stuff and you feel okay about it and you don't realize the reality. It's the same thing with carbon offsets too. You know, companies just buy carbon offsets to
so
say that they are green companies.
Yeah, it's like corporate virtual signaling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with that stuff. The virtue signaling and all that.
Non-virtual signaling, then.
Yes.
I think that's just human. Like it's just like human nature writ large. That's what I think. It's like all these corporations and the narcissism or whatever you want to call it, the structures of society is. I think it's just like a reflection of our own.
I remember when the climate change narrative started happening, and I was just like, I watched Captain Power my whole childhood, you know, that kind of stuff. Like I was brainwashed with all like the recycling stuff. And so then like when that happened, I was like, oh, finally there's some science supporting why we need to, you know, be good with the environment. And I just like wanted to jump on board. Then I was looking into it. And I'm like, yeah, but the science sucks. Like, how can I agree with this shit?
In my country, they call him Captain Planet.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Captain Planet. Yeah, exactly.
I'm too old for Captain Planet. I don't even know who that is.
And I mean, it's great. Like, it's like wasting stuff, like the plastic islands in the oceans, like that. Like, talk about what's really happening, because like there's actually bad shit happening because of our waste.
Yeah.
Well,
Which I mean,
there's
it's another. You could argue it's another ecosystem, because there are like new bacteria that can digest it in the sea, and it's forming like islands of shade for life and stuff. So
Yep.
I don't know if it's all bad, but
Well,
still,
it's hydrocarbons, so the
Right.
earth knows how to process it. It's just
Exactly,
takes
yeah.
longer than we expect it to.
that's right.
So are there really oceans of plastic? There isn't, right?
Well,
No, there are.
islands of
Yeah, there
plastic.
are actually islands of
There are
plastic in the ocean.
islands of
Yeah,
plastic, yeah.
I heard that.
and it hurts wildlife. Yeah, it's pretty bad. But I
It
mean, like
hurts
that's
some
not,
of it.
like
like you don't need climate change to tell people like don't do that shit. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
So, like-
yeah. No, I know that.
Rubber takes away 90% of value. That's interesting.
Interesting. Okay.
Aluminum rim with
Check that.
tire, $10. Without tire, $100. That's because I don't want someone else's tire around my rim. Why are you trying to give me a weird tire?
Are
So
you
are-
okay, Nico? Sorry, dude.
Huh? Is Nico down for the count? Are you
Down for the count.
are you
Down
KO'd
for-
on your processing, bud?
That is like first type of damage that can be dealt to somebody like me.
Sorry, buddy. I didn't mean to be so harsh.
So that really is an observer freak out then, right? Because it's like
It's like observer, and it's like insult. It's like it's an observer. It's insulting
insult.
what I know. It's insulting what I think. All of those.
Sorry,
It
buddy.
attacks
that.
all of it.
it's good for you, man. Just embrace
But,
that.
but yeah, be like Rocky. Go and train and come back.
Yeah,
and
man.
we'll do it again.
Dun, 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 dun.
No, but this thing will like always happen, because it doesn't matter if I have masculine sensory or not. All that matters is that I'm shitty with data.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the club, man.
Since it's
I swear
masculine,
I've had the rug
since it's
pulled out.
masculine, it's way more important.
Then just make some cheat sheets.
Right.
Delete some stuff.
The just so you don't feel too bad, you're not alone in your narrative and not having the sensory. Like a lot of people are like that. they don't know why climate change is real in the sensory, but they have the narrative all completely down. So you're not the only one.
Fucking
climate change
the
bad.
thing is that
Weather
oh my God. It's the
bad.
thing that I believe,
Right. So
that I
to be able to
believe-
prove right. So now you got hit. So you're gonna have to go and do some work and research and all that stuff to get all the sensory, but you'll get it. And that's how you get sensory. Like I had to get the sensory first, probably not because of a tidal wave, but I still had to do the work.
It helps when
If
you're
you're
Weather
looking for
change
something that'll
bad.
kind of
That's my
make
problem
you
with double
positive a little
masculine.
bit about
Yeah, exactly. With double masculine ST
Go ahead.
consume, I've rejected narratives like the dental association telling you brushing your teeth is good for you.
Man, I don't even go to the dentist anymore because I can fill my own teeth with the temporary fillings over and over again, save a whole bunch of money. Then I get to keep my teeth to chew my food instead of giving them to the dentist and they them selling me new teeth for $1,000 each.
What?
Or like even shampoo. Shampoo is something you need to question. Like, why did people start using shampoo every day suddenly? What happened? Like, that was never a thing.
because we got indoor plumbing. You want to smell nice.
It's because we had Head and Shoulders commercials. That's it.
Yeah,
That's the
Dr.
correlation.
Bronner's.
Yeah, isn't there like the same thing with deodorant, right? Like there's like just
Yeah.
like it sort of spun out, and then it's just
And
something
wedding
you have to
rings.
do. Now, if you don't do it, then you are seen as smelling bad, right?
Right, wedding rings too. Diamonds. Like, why do we believe we have to get diamonds?
Yeah.
And Valentine's Day has to be like Christmas for women? I don't get it.
Yeah.
Diamonds, Cole, what's the difference? It's the same thing.
Just a couple million years and some pressure and some heat. That's the difference.
look up thorium salt reactors, nuclear reactors, because that's like a really good, if we can get people over the narrative that because they use the most dangerous option of how to do nuclear power because they could get the stuff for the bombas.
Yeah, that's a
Man,
bad
you're getting some
narrative.
insults in the chat there, Ben.
That's okay. I'm not insecure about that. I'm okay there. I've had too many women in my life. I'm good.
Like, it's good that they stay away. That's good.
Yeah.
It's just a peanut gallery. They say the same
Right.
stuff about me, but somehow get laid more than they do. So who cares?
No, wait. Do you know anything about nuclear reactors? Like, I've heard that the newer technology is way better and efficient, and yeah, like what Zephyr was saying.
Yeah, no, there's promise in thorium. I know what's his name? Bill Gates was actually working on a thorium type reactor. So there's promise in that. It's hard to get things over the cusp of worth it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
the scale up is like the devil's in the details on the scaling it up,
Right. Well, yeah, right. But then you also need like the prototype to
So
work.
the breakthrough, you need the breakthrough and then the ability to scale it up.
Right.
in a
The
way
good
that
thing
works.
about thorium is it does react slow. And there's a lot of it. You just
Yeah, I
pick
heard-
up some earth from like a radioactive area and you got tons of thorium.
And you actually get lots more of the power out of it before it's depleted.
Yeah.
So
and
the
then you
waste
can
that we
reuse
collect in-
radioactive waste to and burn that.
Yeah, I heard that they might be able to make them like a mobile nuclear reactor type thing where you could park it in an area where you needed it.
They
Yeah.
haven't figured
Didn't
out
need
that
it, you can
solve
move
yet.
it.
So I don't
But
know
it's
how powerful a little bit of thorium would be. Like I would think that you need several reactors, like a lot of them together in order to produce energy with thorium.
Oh man, we just get Iron Man to work on it, and he can do a magical
Yeah.
suit stuff, and we'll be okay.
What's
Yeah.
really cool about it is that it's got a fail safe. So if power fails, then the little ice plug that keeps the basically like keeps it contained in the cooling area because it doesn't like expand. It doesn't have to be
Yeah.
water cooled like water like the other reactors, which is why they have the like inches and inches feet deep worth of concrete is to protect for a meltdown because of the pressure of the water expanding.
Yeah.
They don't
I
have
mean,
to have.
thorium is a natural daughter of radium. There's lots of radium in the earth, and there's lots of thorium in the earth, and it
all
breaks
they have
down
to
very slowly. Yeah.
Well, and all they have to do really is basically they have to have like some sort of a reservoir that is kept separate with a like frozen plug. And so if the power goes out, when it thaws, it just all drains into the containment.
Oh,
And
maybe
it
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about specifically, but yeah,
it's crazy.
there's lots
I
of.
mean, it's really
Yeah.
cool. But
I mean, nuclear energy is the safest form of energy.
people don't think it is
Yeah.
because
No,
of
they
all the
don't.
Wish people
methods of the other.
switched to nuclear.
It's statistically the safest energy on the planet is nuclear
Yeah,
energy.
it is.
It's weird. Yeah.
Yeah,
Even
that just shows you
other-
how powerful narratives are. Just like because people got freaked
Right.
out about it from World War II.
Well, because of the Chernobyl, I think. I mean, that was just
Chernobyl and the
Russian
Those were drunk
stupidity. That
Russians.
wasn't.
They didn't know what they were doing.
Island
Yeah.
or whatever it was.
They knew that was going to happen. The engineers there said it's going to happen if you keep doing this, and they just kept doing it.
Yeah, I
So I
saw
mean, that was
those.
just stupidity. Yeah.
And in the
Yeah.
beginning,
Which
they
one?
had like two options
Chernobyl.
Chernobyl.
what to do. They were
Was
like,
it?
which one to pick? Well, let's pick the one that gives us the waste that we can use as bombs.
It's like I thought the Chernobyl one was like pretty much human error. Like they were trying to do tests and they didn't do it right and effed it up.
No,
Yeah, that's just a movie.
they wanted to shut down the plant, and the higher up said no, basically.
Good old drunk Russians.
Yeah, wasn't it? Okay, I watched that. There's a that TV show called Chernobyl. I watched that. That was pretty good.
The dramatization of it. Yeah, I didn't see it. Yeah,
The dramatization was really good. It was.
I'm
excellent.
sure. Yeah.
I don't know if they got the facts right, but yeah, it was like a miscommunication with the higher up, and like just people.
Yep.
I think that's how it always is, man. Like people get into power, they don't know what the f they're doing, and they dictate.
They pushed the wrong red button. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like
Um,
in our age, like you've heard of phrenology. It's like the bump reading of the head that they used to do in the 1800s. They thought it was true,
Yeah.
right? Like what in our age is our phrenology of
Typology.
Yeah, typology, climate change. There's got to be a whole list of stuff that.
I mean, I'm not sure phrenology is wrong. Like, you might be able to tell personality type from phrenology. Why not?
I do have a little bump right here. What does that mean?
I mean, we do visual typing, so it's not that far off from there.
Yeah. So, that begs the question though. Like, how inaccurate is our pattern detection system that just wants to fill it?
Yeah.
And doesn't.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're gonna think that years from now we're gonna realize how barbaric chemotherapy is.
Yeah,
it totally is.
But I was gonna say also, if you watch the Chernobyl, there's another Netflix one. I don't know if it's still on there, but it's the Fukushima disaster, and that one was pretty good too.
You mean you don't feel you don't feel have a warm feeling in your heart when you put your mom in a microwave to cure her cancer?
I didn't see the Fukushima disaster, but we actually tested some of the fallout from it. We found some on some shipping containers.
All right, I hereby ban Nico and Hank. They're natural disaster people and torturing mothers.
What?
Yeah, and I think we must have got it over here too.
Right.
In the Pacific Northwest, we probably got some of that.
They've never found the core for the reactor at Fukushima.
Yeah.
Really, they never found it. How do you not find it?
Lost the label.
I mean, if the heat that happens, I don't. Yeah, the heat that happens in a meltdown, it's hard to find. Like, you just want to contain it. You don't want to find it.
Oh, I thought you were like.
There's huge containment projects right now in Chernobyl, and they're trying to figure out how to contain it because it's still there.
Burn it, right?
Yeah.
Just send it to the core. Just dig a tunnel and I'll send it all the way down to the core of the magma, the center of the earth, and magmatize it.
It's digging its own tunnel.
Excellent. We can get some geothermal energy from Fukushima.
Yeah, then we don't need to have any more carbon emissions for Nika, and he'll feel great about that.
He's not sure yet. Let him do his research.
Are you doing it right now, Nika?
No. He'll get there. I believe in him. He's a smart guy. He just needed a push. Sorry, it had to hurt so much.
If I felt that way every time I was wrong, that'd be bad. Because I'm wrong all the time.
That's how all the time. All the time. That's how it works, because it's personal. It's a personal attack.
Yeah. I just go off the assumption I'm a dumbass, and that worked out pretty good for me.
Why is it so personal? It doesn't have to be personal.
My gosh.
He likes being called the devil more than you like being called wrong. Let's just put it that way.
Well, but I would rather know the truth than be wrong. So I would say that it's a win if you know more truth than you did before, even if you were wrong before.
Yeah, I think wrong's okay, but if you
I believed I was true, and it turns out I was wrong. And
you might be right. Like what am I? I don't know much.
But isn't it worth celebrating?
Whenever that got, here's the thing: whenever it got tested, against you, I was missing data. So the interpretation was.
The interpretation was that
I was wrong, and apparently, I didn't understand how it works, which is be something that comes absolutely natural to me.
Well, you're not a nuclear scientist or like an environmental scientist, are you? So
Yet, he's working on it. We'll get him there.
You're learning. You don't have to. I mean, good thing you figured it out now. Instead of 10 years from now.
You got your doctor.
Yeah, you could make someone else feel like shit.
Yeah, you got your Dr. Evil medical jacket on. You'll be doing that in no time.
It's really easy to get programmed by narratives, and so it's pretty normal. I wouldn't make such a big deal out of it.
Yeah, I've been through so many paradigm shifts in my life that I'm not even surprised. Like, oh yeah, that okay.
Well, I'm trying to look at narratives and how things work from a bird's eye view.
Maybe you should.
So yeah, he likes his narrative representations of reality.
Well, then you have a big picture, which is something that not many people have, but it doesn't always have the details. So you gotta work on that zoom in.
I'm very, very shitty at details.
Yeah, instead of doing the bird's eye view, you need to do the grasshopper's eye view.
Or you need to find somebody that does to inform you of that perspective.
I was trying to do a bird's eye. I was trying to do a bird's eye view thing, and the guy who, what do you might call it, knows every single blade of grass and every single atom, and he dragged me down to his playing field.
Man, who is this physics savant you keep on referring to?
Yeah, I don't know who that guy is. I'm sure he made a good video though.
I'm sure there's valuable things you see from your perspective that you could share too that he doesn't know.
I absolutely agree. I'm sure too.
Sure.
Yeah.
When you find those things, let us know.
I mean, I don't know how to do all the chemistry stuff he does to get caught by the FBI.
Yeah,
that's a funny story.
You'd know. That is like all ST.
Yeah.
And awareness is the first step to balancing it and integrating the shadow of it.
I agree. Yeah.
All right, I gotta get going. Thanks for having me.
Oh wow, yeah, it is late. I didn't even check.
My shadow was the devil, and if I embraced it, I'd be in jail.
Hank has the end stream button, right? You can keep
Yes,
it
I
going. If you
do.
want.
I have
Yeah.
control.
And if you want me to tell you something really embarrassing about me, if it would make you feel better, I can probably come up with something.
I don't need. I don't need that.
He
Okay.
What I
just
need-
needs to be
what I
right.
need is
He doesn't need research.
Well,
I need to
Next
align
time.
myself with truth.
That's
well,
right.
By
Good.
Truth is
by
just a
any means
feeling.
necessary.
today's
Truth
the
is
first
just a
day of that.
feeling.
You should celebrate it.
So does that imply that you do not have the in-stream fun today,
What?
Benjamin? Do you not have the in-stream fun?
I do, but it means I can bounce and leave you in charge if you want.
Freaking, I
Benjamin?
squeezed out way more time than I expected to.
All right. Okay. We can end it. It's all good. Yeah.
But before we end it, you still think I'm ISTJ?
I don't know. JRAD makes a good alternative option there. Yeah.
ESFP?
Or ESFP or ISTJ. But an ESFP jumper like SETE. That's possible because like you don't have because that'll make you blast above consume.
Any
I'm
idea?
not seeing it.
Meaning you're more prone to sharing. You're sharing and giving out information than taking in information. Means you're more prone to that. If you're
Well, oh
blasting
my,
with
you just don't know how much information I'm hiding from you. This is hilarious.
He's got a lot of definitions that he's made. That's all the information he's got.
Hiding shit.
Zephyr's calling you out. Show us your
my.
jars.
Maybe it's just not interesting. But I'm just razzing you, dude. You know I love you.
Yes, but it's
Yeah,
hilarious
show
that
us
she
your
thinks I'm not
jars.
hiding shit. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I kind of do think everybody hides shit, but I
What's behind those hats?
Let's
Yeah.
see what's behind this at.
No, he wouldn't keep his trophies there. Come on.
No.
Oh, right. What's behind those
We don't
curtains?
know about them though. You know that if there was
What's
trophies.
in that cup?
Oh yeah. It's a mocha.
No, that's too obvious. He wouldn't keep his trophies in a cup on this table. Come on. Maybe the hats are the trophies.
Maybe he dissolved.
Hiding in plain sight. The hats are the trophies. And that's how he decides who he wants to take a trophy from.
Maybe
Oh,
since
okay.
they don't use drawers anymore, it's in the drawers.
Ooh, right? Because they're not organized? No, he would organize his trophies. They're too important.
No. I don't know. maybe he just has them. Maybe he just has them and he wouldn't organize them because he just has them. And that's enough for him.
Maybe. But he is a sensory dom.
He is a sensory dom. Yeah. It doesn't seem to matter which sensory you have. It does seem like you're more prone to like getting your ducks in a row with it.
An OP at least because they type right side up somehow. It disagrees with literally every test I've taken for the past.
What do you think you are, Hank? What do you think you're more? Do you think you're more play or more blast?
So I need a definition for play.
Right.
I'm not kidding
What,
you. That's
you don't
serious.
understand? You don't understand what it means?
I don't understand
What
what
about
it
all
means,
the
and I've been
context?
around you
What about all
for
the
2
context that
years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like
We
a-
know. Okay, we know he's a censor. We know he's a censor. We know that.
That's enough
Yeah.
time to gather context. So
I don't know
why
if
are
he's.
you,
I mean, your system's just that bad. I'm sorry.
There you go. Yeah.
well, where's
Not his
your-
responsibility. It's the system's job.
No, here's the thing.
You know it's bad.
I know Enneagram and I know standard MBTI because I have reference documents. For you, I have Benjamin's paper, and it's the best thing I got. And Shannon Dave's videos, which I don't even watch. So,
You don't like the videos?
no, I don't. I'm not part of your cult. I'm
Why are they
just.
too silly? They get caught in a narrative.
You're your own cult, huh?
You
don't wanna get
not really. I'm not really doing much cult stuff.
One
If
man
I'm doing
cult.
more nerd stuff more than cult stuff at the
Okay, so
moment.
you're
I'm
doing
probably gonna
some
play
cult stuff.
video game I don't see
our
much to figure out with OBS. So no, not really.
I like it, Hank. Keep skeptical. That's good.
Yeah.
I don't
Me too.
believe it 100% either.
I still
Yeah,
have
a
no
lot of
idea
it's
what I
kinda
am now.
wacky.
But I do like part of the binary cognitive.
The mechanics, yeah, I know. I
Yeah.
know. That's amazing. I agree.
Yes, especially that last page with the access to show it.
What is this?
The Benjamin's paper.
Oh.
I put a lot of other names there though, so I don't have to deal with it being my paper.
But it's awesome. Right?
I'm gonna present it. It's not a video, so it shouldn't be embarrassed. I'm just gonna present that last page.
Yeah, go for it. Hey.
Oh, the puppy's growling in his sleep.
God damn scammers! I need to hide them eventually.
His name is Roscoe.
That's a cool name.
I think so.
Well, guys, I'm gonna be heading out.
All right, Nico, thanks for coming. Come back.
Back. Thanks for coming back over and over and over again.
Yeah, right.
Go some ice cream
Well,
or something.
I had two interviews, so that's all.
Nice. Oh, this one. Yeah, this is not the binary cognitive mechanics. This is the
some ice cream. I can't
morality
afford
thing.
ice cream right now. I'm jobless.
Man. Do you have a cash app?
so-
I'll send you some money for ice cream.
Don't
Yes.
tempt me, because my my natural response is yes. So no, I can't do that. I can't. No.
Well, if you get really bummed out, hit me up. Somebody has my number.
So
That'd be a
like the
good one.
morality thing that you put at the end is binary cognitive mechanics because at least it has it's connected to archetypes, and we can actually do tests. We can actually configure the typing system by trying to match it against archetypes we kind of know what type they are, and we technically can't do the same with OPS because they say no fictional characters.
Yeah, actually, you know what? I see what you're saying. The easiest thing for me to do when doing this at first was like taking different cultural pantheons and mapping their gods to this, because like a lot of people create archetypes of gods out of moral ideas.
I bet you I could do the same thing with the tarot over this.
Absolutely,
be.
I
Could
strongly
be.
recommend it.
Yeah, could
We
be.
should definitely get that done.
Yeah, that would be good for me because I'm already familiar with those archetypes.
Yeah.
Hey,
That-
Zephyr, I don't know if I ever told you this before, but if you wanted to submit a video to CRG, we could guess your type.
Yeah, I just have been avoiding doing it because I'm always getting distracted and I'm just like, I have to write down like stuff that I'm going to talk about. I just don't like talking by myself.
Oh,
I
okay,
say
so
a lot.
I did mention it to you before then. I just couldn't remember.
Right.
But, yeah,
There's
I
there's
have a
questions.
link.
You saw the questions, right?
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
And I'm supposed to do it like, yeah, I did.
Yeah, no
And
pressure.
I'll have to write them down and answer them, but I don't know. Yeah, I just hate talking to the camera by myself. Really,
Yeah.
but I'll get over it.
Sounds DE, yeah.
Yeah, I
No.
kind of don't like it too unless I have a point to get to. But if
You
it's
have a
just talking
blast,
about
yeah.
myself, no, I don't
You
care.
don't.
I don't really care. I'm not that interested in myself.
All
Yeah,
right, so
I
what
don't
is your
mind being
point
on
here?
Camera.
Oh, so my point is
I don't get
that-
a lot of feedback on this, so
yeah.
I'm interested.
So yeah, my point
I like
is that we need to if we have like archetypes like the Joker, and we kind of know he's ENTP, we could use that as a benchmark just to know where things are aligned. But we can't
Okay.
do that OPS because it says no fictional characters.
I mean, you can kind of do that. you can type fictional characters, I guess.
Yeah, well, we obviously can, but David Shen, I don't think they. I think they say they shouldn't.
They called the Joker an ENFP, is
Mhm.
what they did, and then they called Batman an INTJ. I don't know how true that is, but that's what they threw out.
Yeah,
And I think it depends on what Joker and what Batman too.
it really does depend.
Right.
But still, I think we should start with fictional characters because we know everything about them. If we can't type them, we can't type anything at all, in my opinion. And it goes back
Okay.
to Jung's archetypes.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Archetypes are abstractions from reality. Like they are modeled on reality. They exist for a reason.
Yeah.
There's a Jewish holiday coming up, Purim, like really soon. And it's funny because all of the archetypes from that story are present in today's world. It's really interesting. And it was also Persia, Iran. It was like a story about Persia and Iran when they were like the superpower of the world. They ruled the world
And named all the stars, right?
I don't know if they did that. That's interesting.
Yeah, from that area.
Yeah.
And Rumi poetry. There was so much cool poetry and architecture, science.
I mean, the king at the time just reminds me so much of Trump. Like it's the same archetype. It's just really crazy. He back then had he had an advisor. So he took a wife and he demanded that she come out naked for all of his guests, and she refused. So one of his guests said, one of his advisors said, you should have her killed because that's going to hurt all of men in the kingdom if you let her disrespect you like that. So anyways, he did that, and then he had a year, I don't know how long it was, maybe longer than a year, where he was just sleeping with a different woman every night to find his wife. Yeah. It's like the archetype is exactly the same. And so anyway, the wife that he had killed is really similar to Melania, and like she's actually coming out now like against forcing women to be an AI and stuff like that, like take down this stuff. Like she's really adamant about it. So it's an interesting thing that she's doing. And then the villain in the story wasn't actually this king. The villain was this advisor that told him to kill his wife. And he tricked his way into power and took power over the whole, like to try to get power over the whole kingdom, but his plot was destroyed.
So
because
he was
part of
Zira and Aladdin.
Sort of, right. And so his plot involved genocide of all of the Jews, and so his plot failed. But other than that, he was pretty successful in trying to get to the top of the kingdom. Anyways, that's how the current administration in Iran is. It's like they use deception to take power, and they got power over all of Iran. So it's really interesting that like that archetype is still there and it succeeded. Yeah.
And the moral of the story is if you kill Jews, you lose.
Well, yeah, there's that. That's one of the true facts of history. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of diaspora, but I only know that I have some I'm Sephardic because I have a heart murmur.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So, and it's apparently something that only Sephardic Jews have. So, but I don't know how much I am. I'm a mutt. I've got a lot of other things.
Yeah, so what happened in the story was like this king agreed to have all the Jews killed when the advisor presented it to him. Like he just signed it and gave the ring, and that's what happened. But then what the advisor didn't know is that he married a Jew, and then she went to try to talk to him, and she's like, "Hey, what are you killing us for?" Yeah. But like for her, she was basically abducted. She was made his wife. So she was like in this victim mindset. She was abducted and forced to be with him as his wife, and she didn't know who she was until she overcame that and, confronted him about,
Yeah.
But anyways,
this story like last week. That's so
Yeah,
weird.
yeah. No, so it's like the holidays coming up to celebrate this. So she went and petitioned the king, and then the king had this advisor killed. But So I was thinking that he has a daughter who's Jewish who converted to Judaism, and she's playing that archetype very well too, petitioning him to, give the green light. I don't know. Anyways, it's an interesting synchronicity in archetypes.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. Very interesting stuff. I'm just kind of getting into Kabbalah too a bit. Like I kind of have an abstract knowledge of it, and I like watch some videos, and
Oh,
it makes really good sense to me. I understand it, but I don't
right.
speak Hebrew. I don't
So this
understand Hebrew.
this chart is based on Kabbalah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet
This
Benjamin has a few good Kabbalah videos on his channel, right?
I know. I made up 2 Kabbalah jokes.
yeah. I don't know how. Like the Kabbalic system today is abstracted from a lot of places, right? So I don't know how right it is, but it seems to be saying things about certain things, and like this is one of the things that I pulled out of it. So it seems to be right on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lady that she does videos on everything, and the first one I watched was the Nonagon one that she did, and then I watched this video about the Triangular Lodge. Shakespeare is a really smart guy in England
Oh
that
man.
put in a lot of research, and from there I like had so many like domino effect synchronicities that it just like opened up a big huge like access into
Actually,
other realm for me.
I actually put this book up earlier this stream. Funny enough, this for me is like if you want to get into it, this is the best place to start because
I wrote that down
right. Okay, good.
from
It's using it to work on your character, like it's actual practical way to do self-improvement sort of thing.
That's awesome. That's what I'm about.
Yeah, it's based around Jewish practice, but the principles can be abstracted. So like it's based upon like doing the mitzvot, but you can abstract the principles to just basically self-improvement.
So I think with the typology, I think anything that like puts things in, limits them sort of in like puts them in classes is a good place to start. But I don't think that that's like the cookie cutter. Like that's not like the blueprint. It can be remodeled. Personally, I think that anybody could be anything that they want to be if they have the desire to do it and the persistence to practice. So that's kind of what I'm working on, because I think that we could get to be good at all of the different types.
So the
And
person
that
who wrote this
isn't
book,
not necessarily inauthentic.
yeah. So the person
Yeah.
that wrote this book was in Italy, the Ramchal, and he died at the age of 40. So he wrote over 40 books. A lot of them were burned by Jews, but we have still 40 books of his that are still around. And Path of the Just is one of them. Yeah. In the generation after him, like the greatest rabbi of the known world at the time said, if he was still alive today, I would walk all the way to Italy to learn at his feet, like basically. So he was redeemed, but in his lifetime he saw a lot of hatred.
Why they burn his books? They weigh a lot of smut.
The reason is there was a false messiah, Shabbatai Tzvi. I know Machine Lies, likes to talk about Shabbataians. So
talking him on
right.
to Machine Life.
Right. So
about him.
Right. So people got very afraid of Kabbalah back then because Shabbatai Tzvi was very strong into Kabbalah, and they thought Kabbalah was like a narrative brainwashing in order to convince people about Messiah or lead Jews astray or this kind of stuff, right?
Well, and they did kind of do that stuff
right
with it.
And so the Ramchal wrote a lot of books about Kabbalah right at that time. So they got really scared and burnt his books.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah.
It wasn't time. I think we're getting a lot of that information back that was like not given the attention for whatever reason, because it wasn't on divine time yet, I guess.
I think it was on. I think what we did get from him was on time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The people that did get it obviously saved it
Yeah.
and kept it. So yeah, probably it just wouldn't have hit right if it had hit then.
Because like the generation right after him, there was a split, right? There was in the area he was, there was a split in ideology, and between two streams of Kabbalah, and so he was like the last one before the split. So it's interesting to look at him because both, there's divisiveness in the world, so there was like a kind of there was kind of like a division, and it wasn't always a positive division. So, but before that division, there was him. So like both streams sort of kind of point back to him in some way. They agree with him at least. Yeah.
It's interesting. Yeah. Yeah. I'll definitely check it out. I'll find a PDF or something. I sit down and read a book. I'll read it like straight through.
Right. So he has other books that are like just straight Kabbalah, but the Path of the Just is framed in a way that is for personal growth.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not much on the actual like math part. I mean, I kind of get like gematria, but not really.
Yeah.
I have my favorite numbers, 4 digits. So
It's a mimetic. I think gematria is a mimetic.
well,
It's
there is
useful to remember.
yeah, yeah. There's patterns in everything, and they do repeat themselves,
Yeah.
but they're really easy to mistake for other parts of the pattern because it's self-similar.
Yeah.
So you have to get more than one data point to be able to do anything really other than just like throwing darts.
Yeah.
But it's cool. Do you want to hear my Kabbalah joke? I have 2 of them. They're really short.
Nice.
My first one is 3 is the secret 4.
Okay.
And then, yeah, it's not that funny. That one's not that funny. The next one is it's God is my +1.
Okay. Nice. Thank you for sharing.
I just made them up. Most people don't get them.
Right.
I think they're hilarious. Well, maybe not hilarious, but funny at least. I've always made up jokes. It's like, what's bigger than Gomer's pile? Scooby's Doo. That was from like 5-year-old me.
Okay. Do we still need this up on screen, Hank? You still want to talk about it more?
No, I think we're good for today.
All right. Well, thank you for endorsing my paper. Appreciate it.
Yep, you need someone to read it.
That's right. Do we want to end this thing? I think we've gone way over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're okay, Annie?
Yeah, I'm good.
It was a rough stream, or
No.
Oh.
No, not at all. I feel good today.
Sweet.
It was fine. Yeah.
Okay.
And now my normal trolls are already too afraid of me to confront me anymore.
Yep. That's why they're not confronting you, Hank. Just fear.
You strike fear in the hearts of many.
Fear of becoming what Nico became today.
You destroyed him.
I didn't mean to.
And we haven't even seen my bad side yet. This is hilarious.
You have to try not to next time. Because you don't have to try to. You have to try not to.
Yes, that's right. I agree. I have to try not to.
Well,
do or do not. There is no try.
You had something on that, Annie?
Well, I mean, he's gonna have to learn. He's gonna have to get over it. He can't keep being.
I agree.
Sometimes you're not right about something, and you can't let it crush you.
And he might even be right. He just doesn't have the data. Yeah, I'm not attached to being right on this. Like, it just didn't. For me, it didn't work out.
I mean, he's saying what he's been taught. This is what they teach.
That's right. Yeah.
So
that's right.
That's how it is.
Yeah, authority. You believe from authority.
You should ask for a refund then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have authority issues. I have a hard time sometimes believing people when they do know what they're talking about.
Oh, nice.
Well, you know what Aaron Ross says? If we can't show it, you don't know it. So that's how I do the poop test.
Yeah, I always do my research before I will like die on a hill, you know?
Yeah, you don't want to end up like Jim Bob.
Oh no, that's
Yeah.
although he is kind of funny. I like his
I know the
character.
feeling though. Like when you think you're right, you will die on the hill. You will die on the hill even if you don't have the facts yet. Like you believe you'll find the facts because you're so right. The facts have to exist. They have to be there.
Yeah, if somebody's argument's not good enough, I'm not gonna believe them. That's just the way it is. And if somebody's got a good argument, I will listen to them and I'll change my mind. No problem. But most people just are like just spouting the same narratives that everybody else is. So it's easy to set it aside. But they still know something that I don't know too. So I usually talk to them anyways. And I try and get along.
Yeah, until
Even if
we
they're
found
really
out that they're
rude.
looping. Yeah, once I found they're stuck on a little loop, I'm bored of them. Then I'm gonna go back to playing video games.
Right, Hank?
Even if they're looping, I could just walk away and come later. You know?
It's like once they go the same thing 3 times, I just said, okay, I think I get it now.
Well,
yeah.
Thank you for coming, everyone. Zephyr, thank you for jumping on again. Appreciate it.
Yep.
You.
We'll see you
for
guys
having
later.
me and staying on so long.